did to your transmitter, which is somewhat obvious, but it still happens. People forget. Now, most of the modern transmitters will protect themselves. They will sense that there's no proper antenna or an RF load on the output, and so they won't transmit into nothing and damage themselves. But I would not test that. That circuitry can still fail and your transmitter can be damaged. So it mentions on the slide software controlled. A lot of the modern transmitters, there's menus, many settings that can be done with the computer, or you can scroll through the menus from the front panel. Compared to this transmitter, which only has 6 or 8 things you can check. Input voltage, how is the power supply behaving, the temperature, things like that, 6 or 8 settings. In these transmitters, there's probably over 60, either settings you can change or feedback that the transmitter is giving you to help you find out what's wrong if it's not working properly. So this is not a very interesting slide, but because the transmitter is giving you so much information, we really recommend, and this goes for all transmitters because all of the modern ones have these menus where they will give you information on how the transmitter is performing. So these could be various temperatures within the transmitter. A term that you'll often hear is SWR or VSWR. That stands for standing wave ratio. That is a reading that the transmitter will give you on how the antenna system is performing. So we've written it down as daily checks, weekly, monthly checks, and this is something it's helpful if you keep this in a logbook, or whoever is the technical person that keeps things running at your station, that he documents how the transmitter is performing. And so for daily checks, monitor audio levels, transmitter power, and you should listen. Somebody should listen to your signal and see how it sounds. And then it gets a bit deeper when you go to weekly. We recommend that you look at your cables, any visual damage. Monthly checks would include filters. Most of these transmitters, this one, the filters are on the front. So the air goes in, cools various parts, and then it shoots the hot air out the back, but this will collect dust. So monthly, these should be checked. We get a lot of transmitters that come all the way to Elkhart for service, and the first thing they do is they pull the filters off and just throw them away. They've never been cleaned, so they haven't been maintained. So if you're blocking the air here, they're going to run very hot inside. So, or the filters are missing, and so they'll take this apart and they'll take compressed air and blow lots of dust out. So dust is one of the main things that will hurt the transmitter because it'll run extra hot. So the filters should be maintained on a monthly basis. There is a gentleman that's taken a transmitter of this size and he has placed it in a wooden box with a very large filter and a larger fan. And so he's found filters that are available. So if you have someone that can build, you could do something like that. That's a good idea. He acquired a larger fan and he's figured it all out. So to keep this cool out of the sun with clean filters is very important. And I want you to interrupt me if you have a question. We won't wait till the end. We'll just try to answer as we go. So I want to talk about some transmission lines. This QR code will send you to our YouTube channel, and there's training material on the channel. Eventually, I'll put this whole PowerPoint on there. So if you take the QR code, and we can get it later as well, but that's also the link. You can review this whole training, okay? Two of the training videos on this link, one is putting the connector on, and this is it's specific to a certain type of transmission line. And then the other video is how to secure that coaxial transmission line to the tower. There's a specific way to do it. We can come back to this slide. So I want you to be aware of the parts of the transmission line. This is coaxial transmission line. So the center conductor and the outer conductor, they're on the same axis. They're coaxial. And maybe this is the only transmission line you've ever seen, but these are the parts here. And there's a particular type of transmission line I want to promote. We sell all these different types. Some people have a preference, and I have my preference, but I'll explain why, and maybe I can persuade you. So on the top is, often people will call it hardline or heliax. It's more rigid, but it can bend and flex. And then this is another type that we often stock. Outer conductor here, and it has these lobes to help it flex. And then this one is braided. So there's multiple wires braided together to form the outer conductor. For years and years and years, the top type of heliax was always more expensive. It was for commercial applications. You could run more power. There's multiple different sizes. And then the coax on the bottom, it was almost always cheaper, but there's probably hundreds of types of braided coax like this, and not so many types of the top. Today, I would recommend the heliax. I've calculated out the connector price, the way it's hung on the tower, secured to the tower, and it ends up being less expensive, and it's more durable. The top. Now, everybody has their preferences, but I just recently did the calculation. One thing to remember is, and I'm going to show you that this type, the rigid type, it can be secured to your tower, or if you just have a pole, it can be secured with wire. You can wrap wire around here if you use the right type, or if you use the wrong type and you're careful, you won't damage the top. This is a bit more flexible and squishy. If you use wire and you get it too tight, you're going to squish it down and it will affect its performance. Okay? So the top one, we often will call it heliax, hardline. The first company was Andrew that made it. I think the primary manufacturer now is CommScope, but there's a European equivalent. It comes from Belgium. We don't sell that, but a lot of the transmission line comes from Elkhart. I prefer heliax, and I'll show you why. We're going to go back to that. There's all these different type of connectors. There's two connectors we'll mention today. There's the N type, N as in November, and the DIN, D-I-N. The DIN is for higher power. It's bigger. It's more expensive. We created this slide for a couple reasons. One is that there's a common error that people will make is that they'll spin the connector. So you have the outer body of the connector, This part you spin, it's rough on the edges, it's knurled on the edges for your fingers not to slip, and this is what you tighten. And then the center pin, it's usually nickel or gold plated. This part you spin to tighten it onto the transmitter or onto another device. The center pin is fixed. You never want to spin that center. It stresses the center. If you have a lightning strike and strike energy goes through connectors, sometimes it can flash. The electrical current can flash between the center and the outer conductor. You'll see carbon arcing, a black spot, a trace between the two. You'll see some discoloration. If you have a strike event and you have transmitter damage or something is not working, you need to inspect everything. If the connector is seen, if it's been stressed from lightning strike energy, it probably should be replaced. I think we'll talk about genders on another slide, but I hate to point out the obvious, but these are female connectors, so the gender follows the convention of what the center is, so male and female. And that'll be more important to think about, please come in, when you're putting a whole system together. Would you like to sit down here? There'll be water for you. A chair there. First time you've been here? First time. Are you willing to introduce yourself and your ministry?
I'm Nehemi Petere from Benin. We are a production house. So we produce some broadcast and we, comment on appelle? On achète des heures dans les stations de radio FM. Voilà. So we produce in 22 languages and aired from 32 radio stations.
Great. Thank you for coming. So we covered not to spin the connector, carbon arcing. Oh, the DIN are larger, they handle more power. They take a lot more abuse, but they're more expensive. This is a concept that we spoke about in Pierre Yves' class, how the human typically can hear about a 3 dB gain, a 3 decibel gain. The principle follows audio as well as radio frequencies. If you double power, you get about 3 dB. There's losses, there's other factors. But it's a good rule of thumb, it's a good principle to remember. A doubling of power gives you 3 dBs that you can usually hear in the system. The reason that it's important is many ministries that want to do broadcasting, they'll formulate a budget, they want to, they'll want to have a certain footprint or a certain distance that they can transmit. And you guys do propagation studies as well with software? So we have software, we can put in your, what do you call it, the data of your location, the hills, the mountains, and coordinates, and we can see what the transmitter should do. We need several factors. We need to know how high we can go, what type of antenna, how much power, these things. And then we'll show a map with colors, and you'll see how far can you transmit. Often people will look at the map, and I want to reach this village. I want to reach this town. We're not reaching that location. Can we increase power? We are willing to spend more money, get a bigger transmitter, increase power, can we reach that village? Sometimes. But this transmitter, what's it say? 500 watts. So to get 3 dB, we have to go to how many watts? We have to go to 1,000 watts just to get 3 dB. And you might be able to hear 3 dB. The map will tell us, the propagation study will tell us how far we're reaching. If we're still not reaching, and you want another 3 dB, what power do we have to go to? We have to go to 2 kilowatts. So you always have to double to get another 3 dB. And often people misunderstand that. They have, say, a 500 watt transmitter and they want to get a bit further. So they get a 750, they get a little bit more power, and they hear no difference. That's just a principle to keep in mind because the propagation studies are pretty accurate. Often people will look and the village they want to reach is right on the edge and they think, well, maybe it's okay. The definitive test is to go there with a real receiver and visit. Either ask people, are you receiving the signal? Or take your receiver out and walk around and see what the coverage is. Or you can do it in a vehicle and you can take data in a notepad and drive and visit. It will vary a bit from the software, but the software is pretty accurate for predicting what the coverage will be. But we need certain parameters. I want you to be aware of this because if you shop different consultants, you may find a consultant that is not ethical. And he'll say, I have a transmitter for you. You should buy our transmitter. Maybe you should buy Galcom's transmitter. I'm not sure. You don't have transmitters. But say you meet someone, maybe they're a follower of Jesus, maybe they're not, but they sell you a transmitter and say, oh, this will do better. It may. Just be aware of the principle of 3 dBs and a doubling of power. And with the software also, anybody can run the software. The accuracy comes with experience because there's parameters you can set on the transmit end, antenna height, antenna gain, losses in transmission line. And then there's parameters you can set on the other end. How good is the receiver? How high is the receiver? All these parameters. There's many. Ground conductivity, all these things. And so if someone is not getting the data that they want, they can start making little changes. And maybe they move the colors on the map and they get what you want. Maybe you're the one that's doing this. Maybe you have the software and you're making small changes. Just be careful. We try to keep a lot of the parameters the same. So when we do a propagation study for somebody, then we do a propagation study for someone else. It's all the same. Something to be aware of. Yeah, your transmitter has more power. It should reach further. To get 3 dBs that you will notice and your listeners will notice, you have to double the power. So if you had a transmitter that was 500 watts and you wanted to get 3 dB that you can hear a difference, you'd have to go to 1,000 watts. If you wanted to get 6 dBs, you'd have to go to 2,000 watts. So just increasing a little bit, you probably won't notice a difference. It all makes a difference, but usually to hear a difference of 3 dB, you have to double the power. Okay? Mm-hmm. The question was, is there a device that can do that? Well, there's your transmitter system is made up of the transmitter, transmission line, and the antenna. The antenna has a certain height, so it all affects the range. There could be a way to purchase an amplifier where for this line of transmitters, when you get to a kilowatt, you actually have two boxes. One is the exciter, and I think they run at 300 watts, and they feed an amplifier, which boosts that to 2 kilowatts. So there are amplifiers on the market. They're rather expensive. It's much easier to maintain to have everything all in one. So usually you buy the transmitter you want. And we sell 2,000 watts and smaller. We don't sell anything above that. Did I answer your question? There are amplifiers, but it's usually not financially practical to go with an external amplifier. Mm-hmm. Maybe you should go online.
Okay, that will be a hard one for you. If I want 3 dB, how much power do I need? So I think you need to re-explain that dB is a difference, and if I may help, what you need to understand is that Jack is talking from the point of view of the transmitter provider. You are at the user side. So he's saying, oh, you, the user, you're asking for more power in the village or to go further. And you say, okay, I want 3 dB, I want more listening capability to go further. That means plus 3 dB. You need to increase the power that the people receive, right? So he comes and says, oh, you want 3 dB, then you need to double the power. But your transmitter cannot double the power just with a button. You need to change transmitter. Okay? So it's not, 3 dB is easy when we do audio, we go in the program and we raise the audio by 3 dB. The transmitter is fixed, is solid, is here. It's 500 watts finished. You can maybe push 1 watt, but that doesn't make a big difference. If you want really to go much further, you need to change transmitter. Is that good enough?
You need to think of it in terms of how much power do you start with to get the range that you want. So you're not on the air currently. When you go on air and you're looking to develop your budget and which transmitter you should buy I buy a 300 watt transmitter? Should I buy a 2,000 watt transmitter? You're going to look at your budget and how high you can go with your antenna. Maybe you have a tower. Maybe you don't have a tower. You just have a pole that's 15 feet. And with your budget, you'll come to us. There's others. I think Alex is doing propagation studies, so Reach Beyond is maybe doing propagation studies. And say, here's my budget. I'm thinking of buying a 600 watt transmitter. What will it do? I really want to reach this distance. He runs the propagation studies and he says, you can. That will reach the villages that you want to reach. But if it does not, and you want to invest more money, and you would have to get another 3 dB, which is a difference from where you started, you'd have to double the power. So it's not exactly answering your question, but you have to start with budget and range that you're shooting for, that you're going for. Yeah, well, 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 2,000 watts could travel 40 miles. It could travel 15 miles. It really depends on the lay of the land. The mountains, if you're very flat, it can go further. If you're in the city and you have high interference, other issues, maybe not so far. If you are in southern Chad or somewhere where it's very flat, perhaps, your signal's going to go much further than if you're in Rwanda. It's very hilly here. The propagation study with the software will tell us, pretty accurate. But if somebody says, what will 100 watts do? Nobody can answer that. If we know what location you're choosing, then we can use the software and make a prediction. But if somebody says, oh, no, you can go 100 miles, that does not mean anything because they don't know where you are. It varies by location. Go ahead.
One element you didn't mention, but I know you have it in your mind, but for the listeners it's important. You say, okay, tell me how far you want to go, and I'll tell you the power. What about the license? So you need to take into account how much you allowed power, right?
Everyone wants very specific.
The question has an element of answer as well. It says, in this situation, they plan how far they want to go, which village they want to cover, and the terrain and all that. And then they apply for an uploading license. Mm-hmm. And they say, oh, we would like to have a license for 1 kilowatt, for 2 kilowatts, mm-hmm. because we need to go there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so the question is licensing and what will the government allow you, how much power, and that will be dependent upon other stations nearby. They may limit you on your tower height. It depends on your local authority. 2 kilowatts if it's completely flat and you have minimal losses to your antenna, well, then you have to look at what your antenna can do for you, because your antenna is part of the equation. You can have an antenna that beams only in one direction and it goes very far, but it's not as very good on the sides or behind you, similar to a microphone. When we were talking about microphone patterns, yes, yesterday we were talking about microphones. So antennas can behave the same way, and that's going to be covered this afternoon. But 2 kilowatts, a flat terrain, unobstructed, I would venture a guess at maybe even 60 miles. But there's so many other factors. Interference will be a player in that, because it's pretty rare that you're not near any other stations and that the government is not regulating something, either antenna height, antenna gain, which is the focusing ability of the antenna, or your transmitter power. What often happens is someone wants to do broadcasting, and they start planning. Maybe they have a budget, and they come to us, and we want to reach this village, and we say, wow, that's going to be tough. That will take over 2 kilowatts, or maybe that will. Why don't you start with 600 watts? Oh, it doesn't reach what we want. It's like, okay, well, you only have a few options. If you can secure a license for much more power, you can do that, save your money, wait, and buy a bigger transmitter, a taller tower, a more expensive antenna. But what we recommend, I'm sure it's the same for Galcom, is it's better to get on the air, maybe not getting exactly the coverage that you want, but to get on air. Because it's much easier to be on air for several years, develop an audience, do well at your developing content, and then apply to the authority to increase power, to increase antenna height, to get a better antenna. That is usually easier than waiting 10 years and petitioning the government to try to get a very expensive license with very tall tower, high power. Start small, in other words. Yeah, here's another.
Just as an example, concrete example, there was a situation in Kenya. We went up on a very high hill, Vuria Hill, and we put a 4-bay antenna on a high tower, 40 meters, and 1 kilowatt, and we went to 200 kilometers, 120 miles. But that was really exceptional.
Any questions on this? There's another. You want?
I'll translate that because that's interesting. That's really a practical approach. You're saying, okay, I'd like to reach, let's say, 100 kilometers. I have a 1 kilowatt, but the government says, no, you can't have that yet. You can cover 50 kilometers. And can I use that transmitter? And can I start with that?
Yes. You can turn the power down on the transmitter. There's limits. You couldn't take a 2 kilowatt and run it at 2 watts. Actually, there may be a way. But the transmitter can be unstable if you turn the power down too much. The manual will let you know. And it's not uncommon for somebody to do that very thing where they purchase, say, a 1,000-watt transmitter, but they only run it at 750 watts. The advantage is that there's less stress on the transmitter, and we have what's called, what's the term? Overhead or excess capacity. Headroom. It's a term that comes from the automotive industry where you can drive faster, but you don't. To have excess capacity, if your budget can allow, yeah, I would buy, if your budget allows, and maybe you're not going to run at 1,000 watts. Now, when you apply for your license, you tell them what your transmitter is. And so, depending upon your licensing, and it's different in every country, they may not allow that because they may be fearful that you're going to go in and just turn it up. But if you think about within your countries, there's frequency reuse. You know, your FM band is roughly 88 megahertz to 108 megahertz. And there's a limited number of channels in there for broadcast stations. So you get 40 miles away, 60 miles away, and that, you know, if you were driving, you know, one transmitter fades, and then you start listening to another. You haven't changed the dial, you're on the same frequency. So the government is regulating all this. So it's very critical that you do what your license says for 2 reasons. That you're not interfering with your neighbor, but also so that they don't fine you. Because you have to be legal. That's what the license is. Yeah, so so 99.9, and you can run anywhere within the borders of what the license says. So you can run multiple stations. Yes, there's advantages and disadvantages. Now, if that's the case, you have to manage, and maybe they want to know about this. I don't know how the license reads. We do assist trying to interpret the technical data within a license, because it can get very technical, and there'll be things you may not understand. So we have people that do that very thing. But if you have one frequency and the government says you have it for the whole nation, then you would have to manage the strategic places to put your transmitters. If you get them too close, you have two transmitters that are overlapping in an area, and the audio will sound poor there. There's a way to do it with high stab oscillators, but it's usually not worth it. So it's better to have an area where the signal is not so good than to think, well, we're just going to put the transmitters close together and have an overlap area, because that overlap area will probably sound poor. Even though the signal, there'll be two signals, it'll FM capture one maybe in the morning and it may shift. It's kind of an unknown. I think the software can account for that. It's not advised. It's better to plan it out very well so that one fades as the other one is coming up, and there'll be some variation throughout the day. But that's an interesting situation. We don't see that very often. Usually you're assigned a frequency and they tell you, you applied, you had to pay a certain amount of money, and the government says, this is your antenna height. There's some other factors. There's, what's it called? When you add all your losses and your gains together and you get your ERP. So there's other factors that affect your performance, not just your transmitter. So you'll hear more about antennas this afternoon. Okay? Is that your receiver? It's a radio receiver. I think it's, I don't know the product, but it's probably in the amateur radio band. It looks like 128 megahertz. It's below the 2-meter band. It's a VHF receiver. Yeah, VHF. Did I say VHF? Oh, aviation. Oh, it may be. Yeah, 128.5. Okay, I just wanted to mention this. The antennas are covered in the next session, but Sunset Solutions makes antennas similar to this. We caught an image of one online, but these are dipoles, and it's a primitive antenna, but they can be stacked to increase the antenna gain. You'll hear more this afternoon, but to make all of these antennas work together for our system, and this one's probably similar, each dipole antenna has a length of transmission line. And then they all plug into a device that distributes the power, and they all operate synchronized, we'll say. They all operate in phase. The length of antenna of transmission line that comes off of each antenna, I wish I had a better photo. I do not. The length that comes off of these is usually what we call a critical length. And it's, so that length must stay the same. So each dipole will have a length of coax coming off. It's not shown in this photo. And there is often excess cable. Some have chosen to snip the cable to length and then to re-terminate it with a connector. That's something you cannot do. I just want you to be aware that even though these are simple antennas, you could buy a single dipole and put it on a tower. You could do 2, or you could do 4. We call 4 a 4-bay antenna. But the length of cable coming off each one is a particular length for a reason. And so they usually get coiled up tightly somewhere, and we just tolerate that excess length. Some people would look up on the tower and say, why is there a coil up there? Let's stretch that out, cut it to length, and put a connector on it. And that's something that you should never do. That's why I want to mention it. It's happened before more times than it should. Okay? The manufacturer, the product that we sell, goes above 2,000 watts. Oh, yes. Maybe 10 kilowatts. It's hard to say. We only sell the 2,000 watts and lower. Yeah. What I will mention about the Acresso product that we sell, one of the major challenges with antenna systems is sometimes they don't perform optimally, but they perform well enough, right? There's different factors that can affect the antenna performance. So the transmitters are programmed to tolerate a certain SWR, we call it, and that's power that doesn't get radiated by the antenna. It gets reflected back to the transmitter, and it actually makes the transmitter run a little bit hot. It can run warmer because of that inefficiency. And so that measurement is called VSWR. Sometimes you'll just see SWR. It stands for standing wave ratio. I won't go into the technical side of it, but the transmitters are programmed to tolerate a certain maximum SWR. And if the antenna is performing very poorly, say it takes a lightning strike or there's a storm and the elements are bent or something is wrong, it can cause an alarm on the transmitter, and the transmitter is telling you there's a problem, you must investigate. And if the problem is too severe, the transmitter will pull back power. It'll reduce power on its own to protect itself because the antenna is not optimal. Sometimes the transmitters have to run with higher SWR. It's just, we can only get it so good. And it's not uncommon to have to go into the programming of the transmitters and say, continue to put out full power. We know the antenna is not perfect, but we check our filters. We make sure it's not in the sun, make sure we keep it cool. So that's just something you have to be aware of. Sometimes the antenna systems are just not optimal, but we might have to account for that in the programming of the transmitter. And that's common for many different models. Mm-hmm. When you purchase your antenna, if it's a single bay or multi-bay, there's a device that distributes the power from the antenna, so it goes to each bay. And you could eliminate that device and plug in a single antenna, single bay, and that's pretty common. If somebody takes a lightning strike, something's wrong, but they want to stay on air, and they're going to go with a lesser antenna, they can get by doing a manipulation, making a change. But typically, the equipment that's sent with a 4-bay antenna, it all goes together. I don't know if I answered your question, but there's only so many changes you can make because it's all designed to play together with all 4 bays. Did I answer it? Okay. In my notes buried somewhere. I know the Acresso has been a problem because it comes from the factory pre-programmed, and that's how we send it. And then some people have said, oh, wow, we have an SWR light. Say, okay. So we talk them through, let's change the programming. If we know that the antenna is okay, it's just not optimal, the controls in the transmitter are just too tight. So we just change them, loosen them up a bit. Okay? So this is a bandpass filter. They probably come up to about your waist high, these two cylinders. They're becoming more common. They are becoming mandated by some licensing in some countries. So they protect the band. So the band is 88 to 108, and everybody has to be on the band and not interfere with each other. Some licensing is demanding that you have a bandpass filter. You would not add it unless your license demands it, but we sell it. And most other providers will sell it as well. Okay? I'm sorry? The filter? I don't think so. If your license does not mandate a filter, then you don't get a filter. There's some other rare cases where there could be interference, and you choose to purchase a filter, or we advise that you get a filter. But it's an added expense you don't want unless you have to. Okay?
In some situations, it's also to protect your own transmitter from power coming from outside.
Right.
Because of overvolumization, you can have a neighbor that is, spinning so much
Yes.
that it feeds back into your transmitter, and then you have a transmitter.
That's right. So Pierre Yves mentioned that it can protect you and it can protect your neighbor. And it's more common in dense, RF dense environments in the inner city. So if you care to know, it's interesting, but you can have signal from another transmitter that can come in your while you're transmitting, come all the way into your transmitter. And when you mix two signals, you always get four. You get the original two, and you get the sum of the two, and you get the difference between the two. And what he was alluding to was called intermod products. And it can cause problems with your transmitter, or you could be causing it to someone else's. But the transmitters are usually clean. It's more likely that somebody's interfering with you. But anything's possible. But you won't see this unless you're having problems or it's mandated by your license. I just wanted to mention it because it's becoming more common. It's actually becoming more common that it's mandated by the license, and then we do a study of your location, and it's not even necessary, but we have to abide by the license. Okay? We're seeing more Chinese products on the continent. Spinner is a German company, and it's the only company that we've found, we've not dealt with them much, that sells some strange sized connectors of high quality. It's more common that somebody ends up with used transmission line, because transmission line can be bought and sold on the used market, and there's Chinese product out there. And we've had ministry partners, we've sold them equipment. They've chosen to purchase their own transmission line locally, and then they end up with problems. We investigate, and we find out that the connectors don't fit. So the connectors from the US and from Europe don't go on. But we found this German company are selling some strange sized connectors. You can take your chances, but it's better to buy new, start with new, or at least buy from a reputable source if you're buying used transmission line.
Are you talking different other than N or N, or just different build?
It's the size.
But is it following N or the N?
I've seen N and DIN connectors, but they go on odd size coax. And we suspect that it was a different location than the transmitter. So it's more common to seek high elevation for your transmitter. And so I asked all of our staff that deal with STLs, I said, what is your preference of the different types of studio transmitter links? And the preference was digital. I'll just say digital. There's different types. Analog dominated for decades, but usually in most countries that's a separate license for analog. And then there's a type of studio transmitter link that's called composite. It's a compromise. There's a composite input from the studio on the back of most transmitters. It's robust, it works. You do sacrifice some audio quality. And then at the bottom, there's a lot of people that are using Wi-Fi STLs. Inexpensive, unlicensed. They're also digital, but they're on the same frequency as Wi-Fi. They have directional antennas, and people like them because they're inexpensive. But they're the fourth on the list for a reason. They're more prone to what do you call it? They just stop working. To be an intermittent, they need to be power cycled. That's something we don't want because we want to be broadcasting all the time. If your STL fails, it stops temporarily. If your transmitter is 30 miles away and we have an antenna that's aimed at it and we're trying to get the signal from the studio to the transmitter and that has failed, somebody may have to go all the way to the transmitter to unplug it, plug it back in to get it working. So you can save a lot of money with a Wi-Fi STL, but they can be problematic. So we will sell them. We don't recommend them. Digital is best. Okay, Brian is going to mention some things about some power protection. We have a whole team at Sunset that does nothing but power protection. So they do alternative power, solar, wind, all of that. And then they also do power protection, which involves, I don't want to talk too much because I want to give it all to Brian, but poor voltages, right? Your voltage is too high, it goes too high, it causes damage. It goes low, it causes damage. And then high voltage transients that come in and damage things. So Brian's going to talk a bit.
Okay. So yeah, this is, Jack's going to talk a little bit later about grounding, and that's when a lightning strike comes in, that's not what we're talking about here. Lightning strikes are a lot more powerful, so that's where you need to have proper grounding for the tower and for the antennas and the things like that. So Jack will talk about that later. But this here is for when, I'm sure in these several countries, just the power can, I'm sure you've experienced it, just like a power surge or, something, goes low, which is it's called a brownout. We have that over here. So brownouts are when the voltage is too low and, it doesn't affect the same as like a power surge where you see this, massive spike of power, but it still can stress equipment and can damage it if you have even under voltage as well. But then it's called a transient. He was saying that's when you have a big power surge, and that's a very quick spike of power. And if you have like a power strip with like a surge protector, those are pretty common. And surge protectors work pretty well. They, when you have a transient like that, it pulls that down and kind of keeps damage from happening. But the problem with those is that's only a normal surge suppressor. Normal one of those would have, like I said, it would just turn off or just protect you for that quick surge. But then with a power protection unit, so here it looks kind of like a surge protector, like a power strip, but then there's this other box on the other side here, and that's where it has relays in it. So that'll be able to sense, okay, we have an under voltage that may damage the equipment, so boom, it shuts the power off. And obviously that may be a problem if you're transmitting in the middle of a show or something, but it also protects your equipment from getting damaged if it cuts off, because under voltages, like I said, can stress it. Or if you have a power surge, then a quick power surge, this will act like a surge suppressor, like a normal power strip, and it'll protect you there. But then even if it lasts for several seconds, it'll okay, let's shut the power off. and wait till that power surge passes before it then turns the power back on. So this would be something that definitely is worth looking into, worth thinking about, because that'll protect your equipment from getting damaged, because those power surges can definitely, maybe not right away, but it can definitely stress the equipment and damage it over time. And even the undervoltages, like you say, which is a little harder to see if an undervoltage happens, a brownout. But that's what the power protection unit is for. And like I said, the more intense lightning strikes, there'll be another solution for that. But this is kind of more for an ongoing, when there's unstable power that's pretty common, of highs and lows and things like that, kind of keeping it protected.
So we make that device, and there are commercial devices that do something similar, but they're very expensive. The only reason we make it is to keep the cost down. So these are power issues that come in through from your power provider. There's also issues that come in through the antenna. That's the next session. Okay? Question first?
Maybe for someone who is using the solar power, is the same like the inverter?
If you're on solar, you probably don't need this. You might need it. It depends upon the integrity of your system. But these are usually issues that are coming from your power provider. Okay. Yes, the UPS will do quite a bit of filtering. Batteries are natural filters. It depends on the quality of the voltage sensing and how quickly the relay flips and you go to a safe supply. This does not switch you to a safe source for power, it just turns you off. So it protects you. And there's a challenge with having relays, because the relays will protect your equipment, but they take you off air. So some people are like, oh, we're going off air all the time, and our listeners are wondering what's happening to the broadcast. Remove that thing. It's taking us off air. Well, that's also what's protecting you. So
this one is turning off completely when the voltage is out of whack.
out of spec. You want to know the spec, of course. I don't know exactly. Obviously, it's the peak voltage. So if you have a 240 volt system in your country, what's the peak voltage? No, it's over 300 volts, the peak voltage. So it has to be above that, because you could see a peak voltage. Yeah, but it does not revert you to another power source. It takes you off air. So it's strictly a power protection device. That's the name, PPU. But we make them. Sun protection is done with a different device, which is more common, actually. How much? So 311, it would have to be above 311. If your power was clean, your peak voltage is 311, your RMS is 240, roughly. So we can't have a relay that trips above 311. It'd have to be above, probably 20% above 311. I have the specs, but the only person that asked was Pierre Eves, because he wants to know. Yeah, you're only going to ask me questions I don't know, but I could find out for you. Okay? You're in a panic and you have to ship it to the US, to Europe, or to Alex, who can do repair. Okay? I recommend Heliax cable with proper wire fastening. I have 2 short videos to show you, and I'm going to skim through them, but they're available through the QR code. And the advantage of the Heliax is you can fasten it to the tower with wire. Verify the critical lengths of your multi-bay antennas. That's not written well. Just know that the lengths of each bay is a critical length. Don't snip off the extra cable. And consider power protection as an investment. You're all here because you want to have a transmitting site, you want to have a broadcast transmitter that can go for years. Well, many of the decisions that keep you on air for years are the decisions you make when you install. So you can either buy power protection first, or you can wait till you have to for your second transmitter because the first one didn't make it, and then you're going to consider some protection, added protection. It's impossible for us to predict all the varieties of dirty power in all the countries on the continent. So there's always compromises. Okay, let me show you these quick videos. Okay, so I think this is half-inch heliax, and I'll stop here because I want you to be aware of something. Okay, this transmission line was cut with a saw. And if you look into the white portion here, and you can even see it on the black portion, there's two things. There's some white flecks and there's some copper flecks. Those are contaminants. You don't want anything like that in your connector, and that's what the saw has done. If you buy this transmission line, or if you go online and you look up how do they want you to cut it and how do they want you to terminate it, there'll be fancy tools involved perhaps. There's detailed instructions with the connectors. I don't recommend doing any of that. There are some people that will avoid this transmission line because of the termination complexity. How do you cut it? How do you prepare it? And how do you put a connector on? This video, if you can get through the QR code on our YouTube. But I'll skim through here. There's the connector. And this technique only works with the newer connectors. You only buy positive stop, more than likely. That's what the connectors are called. There's no soldering of the center conductor. But I'll go through, and when you go to cut this, it's lobed, right? So there's these ridges. And so when you terminate, the way I recommend that you terminate is you score the top of the lobe, so you have peaks and valleys here. So I recommend that you score the top of this lobe. So there's no saw, there's no flecks of copper, there's no contaminants. And then this shows that you plunge through it with the sharp knife. In this technique, again, no saw. So then with a pair of pliers, after it's been scored on that lobe, and when you tear it, it flares it. So no saw, no special tools, no flaring tools, none of that. It's easy. You could even, when you purchase transmission line, you get a couple extra feet. You can practice, okay? The other thing that happens is we have to remove the dielectric. That's what's going on here. So you cut through the white portion. And if you read the manufacturer, they will tell you to whittle away down till the center conductor, and then maybe even use an abrasive to get all of the adhesive off the center conductor. But if you do it this way, if you squish it and twist it, these are trade secrets, I'm telling you. Comes off clean. So you're not scraping, because that's aluminum. The center conductor is aluminum clad with copper. So the rest is done with a file and conventional hand tools. You'll find this on the website. If you purchase this, if you purchase Heliax, this is what I recommend. I'm partial to Heliax. In the end, it's less expensive. If you buy, you've also bought Times Microwave LMR products in the past. Some people love that stuff. It's high quality. It ends up being more expensive in the end. The connectors are actually more expensive now. But this is different. This is not like terminating braided coax. I think it's easier. It's just different. So if you've never terminated braided coax, you're just watching this as like, okay, well, this is the technique. But if you've done braided coax for years, you'll look at this and think, oh, do I want to do this? And the answer is yes. It's the easier way. So you get better performing transmission line. I think it's easier to terminate. And then there's a critical thing here at the end I'll bother showing you. When you put it all together. So this is a positive stop connector, so you don't solder the center conductor. And I won't show it, but you'll get it with the QR code if you go to the website. But when these get mated together, this part gets held steady, and this part gets rotated so the two halves of the connector meet, and it's almost finished. But you would never spin the end, the part in this hand. See how these fingers are broken here? That's because somebody did rotate it. So this was a test connector. Okay? So it'll make more sense if you buy it and you're like, how do I terminate this? How do I put a connector on? Well, here's a good video for you.
The little ring that you put only to measure the length of the tip?
There's a cutting guide. There's a O-ring seal, and there's a spring seal as well. See how I'm only turning the one end? And then you use hand tools to cinch them together. So, yes, sir. Yes, there's a gauge to cut the proper length that comes all in the kit. Okay? Now, the other advantage of Heliax is this video. This is also on the YouTube channel. This is several years ago. So Heliax will take some crush resistance, and there's a wrap. This used to be very common in the industry, and it's not as common anymore. If you do the wrap properly, if you have the right wire, everything will be fine. Okay, zip ties, the real good ones that are black, they'll give you several years. They claim to be UV stable. There's different qualities. Never use the white ones or a colored one or a clear one. The black ones are the best. Some are better than others. They also have a life. I've climbed towers. You touch the black ones and you just twist them with your fingers and they break like a cracker or a cookie or something. The wire will last practically forever. It's not. We can sell the wire. We get it pretty inexpensive. The wire is marketed in the U.S. as tracer wire. So in the U.S., and I'm sure it's common in Europe and Canada as well, and probably on the continent, if you put pipes in the ground that are plastic or non-conductive, they'll put a tracer wire with the pipe. That way they can use instrumentation to find the pipes. Change something and then twist it back, it's fine. But I'll just show you the change something and then twist it back, it's fine. But I'll just show you the wrap. The wrap is specific though, because you have to get enough surface area on the coax because the wire is holding the weight of the vertical weight of the heliax. So you go around several times. So this is something you can easily forget, and then if it comes up, you go to the website, you watch the video. So there's the wrap. It looks like that. Okay? The tower itself is a huge investment. So some ministries are not using towers. They have alternatives, or they have a low-cost tower manufactured. But we would operate off of $30,000 because it helped us to raise funds in the U.S. We've encountered many stations with inadequate grounding. So proper grounding can be about $800. I calculated $800 and some change. I had to make some assumptions for the amount of wire and certain devices. But I just wrote it's proper grounding can be less than $1,000. So it's kind of a statistics issue. There's some people that I've talked to and they say we don't have lightning. In the United States, Florida has the worst lightning. On the African continent, maybe Tanzania. This is anecdotal. I mean, I don't have actual data, but some places have very bad lightning and some have very little lightning, but you still have lightning. And it only takes one nearby strike or direct strike to damage a lot of equipment. If you look, this image is somewhat opaque, but you can see this is supposed to be a grounding stake. Not much of it is buried, sticking out of the earth, and the wire is just twisted around there. It's not adequate. I'm sorry? Green, yeah. Well, any conductor can be a grounding wire. Some are better than others, but usually solid copper is adequate and cost is practical, solid copper. So I just wanted you to be aware of this. I guess I can tell you where this was. This is on the island of Fiji. If it was on the African continent, I wouldn't tell you because I don't want to embarrass anybody. But we don't want this. It's not doing much. And so in his defense, he had a struggle. This is a piece of electrical conduit. We call it EMT. Inside is a copper ground rod, but it was solid copper. The ones that you would use for grounding are steel, and they're clad, they have a copper coating on them. So he had solid copper. It's not rigid enough to pound in the earth, at least not at this location. So he put conduit around it to give it the rigidity and kind of defeated the purpose, because the conduit is not as good a conductor. So this is what we want to avoid. I found some really good photos. This is very uncommon because on towers, you see some damage on the towers. You see more of the damage down low because the towers themselves are the conduit for the strike energy. So this is a commercial antenna, and it's completely destroyed here on the bottom. And then there's some shots of circuit boards, this low pass filter here, very similar to what would be in this transmitter. These are all boards that were deemed too damaged to repair. So the boards had to be replaced. So the trace is gone, vaporized here, blackened here, can't be repaired. We can repair some. Mm-hmm. The big number, the 30,000? Well, that I don't know. That's the problem, is that that's a very loose number. It can vary so much. You could, I know we've put in stations that are closer to 25, maybe even 20. One of the challenges we've seen over the years, certainly not with any of you, and certainly not with Alex, is with grounding, is people will say that those that are running the radio station, they don't want to pay for that, or they won't do it. They won't do the work to put in a grounding system. It's all about your investment and if you want to stay on air. So we would promote grounding, and we would have people that would push back. They don't want to do it, or they won't do it, or they won't do it right. I don't believe any of that. If you choose not to, it's your choice. I'm just going to give you the data and tell you how to do it right. And if you don't remember this, you can go to the we'll put all these slides will be available for download, or you could view them if you go to the YouTube with the QR code, okay? Too many slides to print it all out, so we chose not to. Okay, so there's a lot of mystery with lightning. This is a very interesting shot. The first time, I think this is also enhanced because they're pink. These are called red sprites. You can actually find them online. First discovered by NASA in orbit. So they're on the space station, they're orbiting. And so this is kind of an exotic type of lightning strike. What they see in the upper atmosphere is actually a strike that's going away from the Earth. So it's very unique. It's hardly a lightning strike, but it's a similar phenomenon. And then just several weeks ago, I was in California, and I was meeting with college students in the afternoon. I had the morning free, and I took a hike, and there was a transmitter site across the road in the back of this park, and it was up maybe 600-800 feet above, and I found this. Now, I think it's from a strike event, but I don't really know. It was too high for machinery to get to this rock. I doubt that somebody made that mark with hand tools. But strike events can be very dangerous. I put this slide in because we have damage that's coming into transmitter sites through the antenna system, and we have strike events that are also coming through the power system, through your power provider. This is not a real photo. If you see something like this, run. And then I had to put this in. It doesn't exactly apply, but all tower installations should follow local codes. In America, there's government agencies that are trying to regulate everything, and they want to keep us safe. In the US, one of the big standards is the NEC. So if you have no standards in your country, you could read the NEC, It may put you to sleep, but it's a standard that's pretty good. At least it'll keep you safe and you could learn something. But just make sure you know what you're doing, you're electrically safe. And if not, get a friend or call us or call PR Eves. Get some help. And I wrote, it's recommended that you vacate the transmitter building during thunderstorms. So I've never been in a transmitter building during a strike event, but I've been just outside watching the storm roll in, and I saw the corona discharge on the guy wires. They were kind of glowing, but prior to a strike event. So it's recommended you leave. If there's a strike event and anything fails in the transmitter building due to strike energy, it's going to throw sparks and molten metal. It's quite possible. And if you have eye protection, you'll probably be fine, but it'll probably spook you. It'll be a terrifying experience. Okay, so here's some characteristics. I had to choose some parameters because I don't get into a lot of math, but when you see a strike event, there's actually 3 or 4 pulses in a strike, okay? And it happens very quickly. We just see the strike, right? But there's actually a bunch of stuff going on. Actually, they called them stepped leaders decades ago, but they didn't have any evidence for them. But now with high-speed cameras, I don't have a photo of a stepped leader, but maybe you've seen it. But there's an image, a famous image, where there's a leader coming from the sky, and they caught this on high-speed film, and there's a blue leader. It looks like it's blue, and it's on the ground or even on a fence post, and it's going up to the sky. So lightning can go cloud to cloud, which is the majority of the strike events, is cloud to cloud. It can go cloud to ground, and it can go from ground to cloud. But before the human ever gets to see this, the high-speed cameras have captured the leaders coming from the ground. So the leader is coming from the sky, and it's searching, it's looking for ground. The air is ionizing. The voltage is so high that the conductor is now the air, right? We don't need a wire anymore. And then from the earth, there's a leader that's going up. When they connect, there's a strike. So there's a lot of strange physics going on we don't fully understand. Okay, so the first pulse averages 18,000 amps. It's a lot of current. And then there's the remaining pulses, which are less. The subsequent pulses are half the current. This is just good trivia. I like trivia, but I don't think it's going to help you, but it may make you respect lightning. So this is just some stats I looked up. In northern Indiana, we have about 50 thunderstorms a year. So we're near Chicago, east of Chicago, near all the big lakes in the center of the U.S. We have about 50 thunderstorms a year. So if you have a 75-foot tower, a 23-meter tower, you're likely to have one strike a year. That's just a statistic that I looked up. So we get a lot of lightning, but how much is a lot? I don't know. Florida is much worse. Tanzania is much worse. And then lightning contains DC current, like from a battery, but there's also an AC component. It's not just DC. Actually, it's DC through gamma rays. Gamma rays are wavelengths we see coming out of stars and things like that. So it's interesting. So what causes the damage? Is it the voltage or the current? Well, it's actually both. Yes. In my location. Yeah. Those are the stats for where I live. Statistically, yes, the higher you go. But there's a bunch of factors. Your grounding has a factor too. We'll get into that. I just picked 75-foot tower because that's a height that you could find in the US, very common. Will the beep ever stop? So the reason that the current is worse, and this is pretty interesting. When you have current flow, you have voltage that's developed across where the current is flowing. So we have a phrase, is it the chicken or the egg, which came first, right? So when you have current flow, electrical current, you have a voltage differential, right? If you have a voltage differential, until you get to a breakdown voltage, then you have current flow. So I don't know what came first, but if you have 10,000 amps through a 1 ohm resistance, you're going to have 10 kilovolts, 10,000 volts across that resistance. Okay? So voltage causes current, current causes voltage. They're inseparable. That's the way to think about it. But it gets a little bit more tricky than that. But let's look at this slide. So this is a very basic transistor circuit. We increase the current through the transistor. Eventually, the transistor fails. This is, if you get involved in transmitters at all, any repair at all, you ever pick up a soldering iron and replace a component on a circuit board, this will be your life. You'll encounter this all the time. Transistors fail. And on a circuit board, this is just a photo in a computer. The traces are very small. So if you think of strike energy made it all the way to Earth without a conductor, using the air as the conductor, if the strike energy gets to here, what do you think is going to happen? This is conductive. This could be vaporized, right? So what we're trying to do is manage strike energy. We're going to assume that there's going to be a strike. We may want to prevent the strike. That would be nice. But let's just assume that we can't, and there's going to be strikes. So the goal would be less strikes and maybe lower strike energy, because we're going to manage strike energy. You can find consultants. You can certainly find them online. I found several, and they make grandiose guarantees. Do what we say, you will have no lightning strikes. They are called liars, okay, or ignorant people. So we're managing strike energy. We also want to prevent strikes, but the rise time of the voltage is usually too fast to dissipate the charge to ground, to our grounding system. I was looking for a better graphic. I apologize. This is not a good graphic, but this is the old way of doing things. You have devices in your home or in your transmitter building. We have an antenna. It has a grounding rod. It has grounding wire, goes to a grounding rod. We have, this is a television, phone system, circuit panel. They all are grounded, okay? So this is the better way. So the term here is called bonding. So now all these ground rods for all these devices, they're all common. There's a wire to all of them. Let's explain why. So if we have strike energy that's coming down our conductor and it's seeking Earth, we have a ground rod here. We want to dissipate this charge, this strike energy into the Earth. Whatever this antenna is going to, it may go to the television, but it's going to be in the television. The television or whatever these devices are, they all have other things in common. They've got other conductors going between them. This is very common in a transmitter building. You'll have your transmitter, but it's going to have all these cables coming out of it. It's going to go to your studio. It's going to go to the antenna. It's going to go to the power company coming in, all these things. So when strike energy comes in, maybe the strike energy comes in through the wiring and it goes to this device. It's looking for ground. If this ground is better, and we're going to discuss why it would be better, the strike energy is going to want to go here. You would think it would go here because it's the shorter path. But it's not always looking for the shorter path. It's looking for the better path. And for it to get the strike energy that's here, to get to the better path, it's going to go through all the other equipment to get there. That's where we see a lot of damage. Now we're going to talk about what the better path is. Just remember, the better path isn't always the shorter path. Any questions on bonding? It'll become more clear when we get in. So we'll talk about some of these concepts, and then we're going to get very practical. I'm going to show you exactly the minimum that you should do. Okay, these are ground performance requirements. There's all these standards. We'll just remember one of them, 25 ohms. That's pretty low resistance. And your soil has an effect. So if your soil is very good, there's a lot of biological material in the soil, dead things, leaves, lots of dissolved minerals in the soil. It's a good conductor. Yes? You good? So we're not going to discuss how to measure soil conductivity, but I just wanted to give you some variation. So these are good soils. These are gradually getting to be less conductive, less likely to receive strike energy, we'll say. So as gravel, more bigger rocks, bigger bits, it gets worse. So if we look at the standard here, if we just go with this one, we want less than 25 ohms. And this is ohms per centimeter. This is how they measure soil. We won't get into the measurement. I just wanted you to see, if you're not doing measurements, you're going to be making an assumption visually what your soil is like. You know what the soil looks like on the beach, at the border of a lake. It's gritty, sandy. You know what the soil looks like on a mountaintop. You know what the soil looks like in a garden that grows tomatoes very well, right? So here's some real world resistance, and then we're going to get more practical. But if we make the assumption of a certain resistance to earth, okay, and you use one ground rod. So this is just one standard I picked. If you're using one ground rod at the base of your tower, you can have 10,000 amps. It doesn't last long. That's a lot of amps. The voltage is likely thousands of volts. But we know that a current flow develops a potential voltage. So this puts the bottom of the tower at over 4 kilovolts, 4,000 volts, with one ground rod. This is going to be more critical on the next slide. I'll show you. If you do 3 ground rods, this 4,000 volts is reduced to just over 1,000 volts. This is much more manageable with our wires that are trying to get the strike energy into the earth and not near our equipment. Okay? Keep in mind, this is what the top of the ground wire, or the top of the ground rod will be at. The tower leg will actually be higher. okay? It'll be more clear as we go. We can always come back to these slides. So what size wire is good? This chart, I just want you to look at this one. I think I can reason this out. So for number 6 wire, this is the melting point, and making some assumptions of 10 microsecond strike impulse, but it's going to melt at this current level. So 1,000, we'll just say 2,000 amps. What do we say back here? With 1 ground rod, we're seeing 10,000 amps. So it could vary, like, depending upon the strike, how big the strike is, it could melt that wire. So that's why a number 6 is a good, you could go smaller, but this is evidence of why you're going to want something like a number 6. This number right here. So that's also a good reason we go with 3 ground wires, or 3 ground rods at the base of a tower. 3. 1 for each corner of the tower. If you have a tower that's square, they're more rare, but the old ones could be squares. We would say 4. And that's also the reason that we don't run ground wires from the top of a tower to the bottom. The tower is the majority current conducting thing. You're not going to be able to enhance it much with a wire, you know, unless your tower is smaller than a wire. I don't think that's going to happen. The height of the tower? I'm not recommending running any strike energy conductors on towers. The tower itself, so impedance is more the resistance to an AC signal. And your lightning strike energy is not just DC. There's an AC component, and we have another funny type of resistance we'll call inductance. And this causes problems. And we'll see on the next slide. So we measure inductance, this funny type of resistance, with in Henrys. We named it after a guy named Henry. But if a half-inch piece of coax at 100 feet has 52 microhenries of resistance, this is going to play a role in strike energy going where we want it to go. We want this number to be as low as we can go. The tower itself has about 5 microhenries every 10 feet. And then even when you put a tower together, there's resistance between the sections. We stack towers in sections to build them. So we want when we think of strike energy and getting strike energy into the ground, the best way to say it is we want the low impedance path to ground. You don't have to fully understand impedance, but it's like resistance. It's resistance for an AC signal. It's the resistance to strike energy. But if you want to say it accurately, we're looking for the low impedance path to ground. So the strike energy goes to the low impedance path, and we want to create the low impedance path. Okay, so that's all of that kind of boring stuff. How do we do it? Well, impedance is the resistance of the wire and geometry. Normally, when we're thinking of electrical currents, we run the wire. We want to get wire from the switch to the light. We don't care if it has to go all the way to the other side of the room. We just had to pay for extra wire. It'll make it there. We have to circle the room and come back. Nobody cares. But now at these voltages, we care. There's geometry involved. Geometry meaning the path that we run the conductors. It matters. So impedance, our low impedance path to ground, is determined by wire size and the way it's routed, the direction, the path. These are going to be hard to see, but I'll point them out. So the tower structure here, a bunch of wires, and there's a ground wire fastened to this leg of the tower. Whoop. Fastened to the leg of the tower, and it comes straight down. It lands on the concrete pad, then it goes this way, then it goes up this way, and I don't know where it goes. Somewhere it goes and finds a ground rod that's been pounded into the earth. This is not ideal. This is not what we want. It looks clean, and if you were to build some device, or we would take the cover off the transmitter, we would look at the wires. They're probably routed around the outside, very organized, so we can service it well. This one is better. It comes off the leg of the tower, and it makes this gradual slope down to the edge of the concrete. Down here you can't see it, but there's a ground rod. So the geometry or the path makes a difference. It's going to become more clear in this slide. So we have the leg of the tower, we have a clamp, we have a number 6 copper wire, and we have this gradual bend to a ground rod buried in the earth. This is bad geometry. This is not a low impedance path to ground. This is a higher impedance path to ground. The lightning wants to follow this one. It's less interested in this one. Will there be strike energy here? Probably. There'll be more strike energy here. We don't want sharp bends. We don't want upward bends. We don't want crooked wire. We want this. So remember, and some of you haven't installed yet, but when it comes, you'll know. You can go back and you can read this. Wire size and the way it's routed. Okay? Here's another view. A base of a tower. It's on a concrete pad. Comes off very gradual. Goes to grounding rods in the earth with a clamp. There's also a ring that bonds. Remember the term bonds? It bonds all 3 grounding rods together in a ring at the base of the tower. This is all underground.
Is that just an academical example, or do we recommend to have 3 wires?
3, 1 for each leg of the tower. This is the majority current carrying member. So we do 1 for each. You'll see later in the presentation that you can do more. There's a way to do more. And when you would choose more ground rods if the soil was poor. We'll get to that. Now, I could make these wires even more gradual if I fastened this clamp way up here and came down gradual. There's a disadvantage. If people are walking around this tower and this wire's fastened way up there and it comes over and somebody walks into that or steps on that, they'll likely pull that wire out of the clamp. But what we don't want is the clamp all the way down here and it comes off at a right angle. That's not very gradual. That's not a low impedance path to ground. Here's a real world example. Fairly good. It has to get to the edge of the concrete because the grounding rods are below grade. Real world example. So here's what you'll have happen if 3 ground rods are not good enough. 3 is the minimum. If you want to improve it, you can lengthen your ground rod, which is pounded into the earth, driven into the earth. You could increase the diameter of the rod, or you could add more rods. It's added expense. It depends on the quality of your soil. That's why we talked about soil. If you add rods, this is a sky view, looking straight down at the tower. It's a triangle. So you have 3 off of each lig. So the wire comes off. It goes to a ground rod. So we have 3 ground rods. Well, these are the first 3, sorry. And they're all common with a ring around the base of the tower. If the soil is poor, then we add a wire and we go out and we add another rod. So if you go to a site that's prone to a lot of lightning, they can have multiple rods keep going to get a good low impedance path. It's where we want the strike energy to go. The more strike energy we dissipate into the earth at the base of the tower, the less is going into the transmitter building. Okay? There's also a convention of this distance, and it's 2 times the rod. We sell rods that are 8 feet, so between here and here is 16 feet. Probably not, but you'll save. To do that, you'll have to, the shortest point will be the round, because you'll have to get further from the base of the tower to not hit your concrete pad. People usually do a perimeter around the base of the tower to join those first 3 rods. It's common.
What you need to realize when your question is that if you do a triangle, you have an angle. If you do a circle, you have less impedance around the circle, right?
Probably.
So the idea is always to avoid sharp angles. From the tower down or also in the
One thing I didn't mention here, chemical rods. There's probably a product where they've put something in the rod. These are the ways to improve, right? You can lengthen the rod. Well, you have to pound more in the earth. You can increase the diameter to increase surface area contact with the soil, or you can add rods. It's easier to add rods. It's cheaper. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's very good. Yeah, I think so. So when the soil is poor, and there's companies that will sell this, could you do it yourself? Probably. I'd have to research it. But there are drip systems. Some of the main manufacturers have stopped selling them, and it comes up from time to time. Have you heard of a drip system? So when the soil is poor, why don't we just add minerals to the soil so the conductivity is better? Yes. Adding sodium chloride, table salt, rock salt, charcoal. I've seen that often. Salt. Salt, I don't know about charcoal. Right, I'm just trying to think what it would do. If you add salt, I guarantee it will increase the conductivity of the soil. Because that's an old electrician's trick. In the US, when they come to hook up your electricity, they will take a measurement from the ground rod to, well, so many inches from the ground rod to the breaker panel. They'll measure that, and it has to be less than 25 ohms per centimeter, I think. If you don't pass the inspection, it's very common for people to salt the earth around there. Every electrician will tell me the same thing. It will not last, but it'll get you through inspection. So I've read up on this a bit. You can read up too. I'm not saying to never salt the earth to increase your conductivity, but from what I've read is if you can add salt to the soil and increase its conductivity, it's guaranteed not to last. because if the salt can get in the soil, it will leach out. So if you can get it in, it's guaranteed to leach through. Sure. Yeah. Carbon wins. Yeah. Right. I've not seen it in the literature. I'm just going with the visual approach. Know what your soil is. If your soil is poor, maybe we go to measurements. We could work with measuring and see what you really have. If your budget, I should have priced some ground rods, but actually I do have a price. You could ask me later. I can tell you what a ground rod costs. But you don't want to buy from us if you can get them locally. Just make sure that they're steel 5/8 copper clad and they're made for that purpose. But as far as putting anything in the soil, if you can get anything into the soil, mineral content that increases conductivity, the fact that you can get it into the soil is also the tell that it will not last, right? No. 8 feet is a standard. We sell them cut in half, so we can ship 4 feet with a coupler. My calculations were done with 8 feet. So there was an example earlier, we can go back, that showed what is that voltage and what is that current with one rod. And with one rod, an 8-footer, we were way beyond the melting point of number 6 wire. So that's why we got beneath that melting point by going with 3 rods. If you go with 4-footers, then I think you would be back to the same situation where you'd have to like maybe add rods. Okay? Okay, spikes, brushes, and money. This is commonly called a corona bead on a whip antenna. You can see them on cars even. They're called corona beads, but they're really not corona beads. And I'll tell you why I'm mentioning them. It's more common on towers to see spikes and brushes. It'll make more sense coming up. Spikes are a great idea. They're inexpensive. You can make them. They should be clamped mechanically to the tower structure. The advantage you get is that they're above the tower. If you have an antenna that sits on the top of the tower, it does not work because it will interfere with the performance of the antenna. If your antenna is on the side of the tower, then a spike is great. You put it at the very top. Brushes, the physics works. It makes sense. We have multiple spikes. I've also been at tower sites where they were hit by lightning and the spike doesn't look like that anymore. It's all on the ground. So there's a lot of people, that's why I bring up money. There's a lot of people that are peddling these. They can be made also. We could make them, but we do not. Spikes are more common. They can be locally sourced. You can make them yourself. There are so many towers, some have brushes on them. There are many in the US and Europe where all the research is that they don't. So we don't recommend them. We recommend a spike if you have a side-mounted tower, side-mounted antenna. So the principle here is that we can only build up so much charge before we are conducting through the spike, a strike event. So are we going to build up more charge or less charge if we have a ball? So a spike, the goal is that we're limiting the breakdown voltage. The strike will happen sooner, will dissipate charge, either to the spike or from the spike, because it's pointy. Now, if we were to have a ball, would that breakdown voltage go up or down? It's going to go up, okay? So a corona bead is for a different purpose, and I'll show you why I brought it up. So if you go to the museum or you play with one of these in a science class, it's a Van de Graaff generator. It generates very high voltage, very low current. She's got the hair to prove it. So the corona bead is going to build up high charge. So it's the opposite of the spike. That's the only reason that this slide is in here. And plus, I find it amusing. This is a frightening image. This is an old photo. I think it's from the 1970s. But somebody snapped a photo. And actually, when I looked for this old photo, I found a whole bunch of photos like this of people on camping trips. They're up in the mountains, and they have an event like this. What do you think's going on here? There's a strike event imminent, right? And they're smiling because they have no idea how close to death they are. Around you, and you can't get indoors. You're too far away from a building. They recommend this position. So as a current flows, a voltage develops. The philosophy was keep your feet close together. You're less likely to have a potential difference between your feet. They actually recommend touching your heels together. I don't know who's going to be able to hold this position through a thunderstorm for very long. I guess if your life depended upon it. But I found this image in an article where they're now saying it's probably better just to make a run for it. If you're the highest point above ground, you're a target. And they were recommending this position. But remember the circuit board, as a current goes through, or as the voltage potential develops, if his feet were far apart, he would have a greater chance of electrical current going up one leg, stopping his heart, coming down the other leg. But since his feet are together, the path would be shorter. That would be the low impedance path, right? So that's why I put this back in. So as the potential difference occurs across the circuit board, you're going to have a current flow. It's going to destroy the sensitive equipment. Okay, now we're going to get into the practical. These are two types of clamps for tower legs. We sell both. They're both cast. This one is very robust because it's a sandwich. This one, the wire comes in, and then it's just the strength of the threads here, fastening the wire in here. The wires are not simply electrically fastened. They're mechanically fastened. During the strike event, not only is there electrical current running through here, there's also, they heat up quickly, and they will expand. The wires can be blown off. These are better because the wire goes all the way through this channel, and there's actual barbs in there to kind of poke into the soft copper. I like these. Plus, you get the compression force of these bolts here. So this gets much tighter. This is superior. They're expensive. When I was calculating out that $800 and some change for a full grounding system, these were more significant to the cost than I had realized. But you only have 3 for a 3-sided tower. Yes. I'd scrape it off if you can. That's the old debate between, can you reduce the big strike events by having more small strike events? Well, to have a small strike event, a lesser strike event, two things have to work in your favor. One is your low impedance path to ground. The other one is, if the rise time is too quick, it does not matter. If you think of how far this leader has traveled through the air, using the air as a conductor, how much difference does a layer of paint make? Not much. But if you look at it from the view of, I want to have my tower dissipating strike energy, or the cloud dissipating strike energy through the tower all the time to keep that voltage lower, like multiple mini strikes rather than waiting in a big strike event, then yeah, you might want to take the paint off. If you can, I would. So this one is good because it has a gate, so it swings right around the tower leg. And this one you can see the barb. These are better. Okay, guy wires that hold your tower up. We have the same principle at the base where they go into the earth. We ground these and we do it this way because geometry matters. So we want to avoid crooked wire, bends and loops, anything like that. Okay, this is the clamp that you'll see on that mates the ground wire to the rod, the ground rod in the earth. This is the common one. People call it an acorn clamp. You can use these also. These will also do it. This is an actual ground rod. The same clamp that you could use for a tower leg, depending upon the size of the tower. When we sell ground rods and we ship them, if we have a big shipping container, you get an 8-foot rod. If you can find them in country, the real ground rods, you want 8 foot if you can find them. If you get 4-footers, you definitely want this thing. This is a drive tool. So it's mushroomed on the top. That's from pounding. So this slips on the rod, and it takes the abuse from the sledgehammer as you hammer it down into the earth. If you hammer right on the rod, you'll struggle to get this on. Okay? You won't struggle to get this one on. You'll get it on just fine. But this one, if it's mushroomed at the top, like that, you may have to cut off the top to slide this on. So if we sell, they're inexpensive. So if you buy ground rods from us, we cut them in half for you because you need 2 4-footers. You pound the first 4 foot into the earth with that, slip that off, put a coupling on, put the next 4-footer on, put that on the top, drive it down. 5/8. That goes on 5/8. That's what it looks like when you get it. After you drive, it looks like that. We're going to get to the whole practical how-to very quickly. These are ideal. These are little welding kits to weld the ground rod to the wire. Okay? The trade name is CAD Weld. The company is Aerotech. We can't ship them on an airplane because they're incendiary devices. You can find videos. This one's called a one-shot. There is a rubber skirt in here. You wire brush your ground rod. This slides over, and then your ground rod goes in here, and it's touching, your ground wire goes in the side, and then your rod is inside. And then there's chemical powder. You pour it carefully. It's layered in here. You don't want to shake this up. You can't because it's all the way to the top and capped. And then you put, it's a little crucible. And then there's a $20 sparking tool. You can borrow mine. It's just kind of far. It's out of town, unfortunately, but you spark it. It flares up. You can't look at it. It's as bright as the sun. And it melts the contents of this, and it produces this. You can't really see it, but it welds this on. These are fused mechanically and electrically. This is, you take a hammer and you break the crucible off so you can see the quality of your ground. So it's called a one-shot. The company is now owned by Invent. That's their website. These are stocking distributors. Whether they have one-shots or not, they should be able to get them because they are on Invent's site. So they're not everywhere on the continent, but you can find them. If you start a company and you can not get sued by Erico or the manufacturer, I think it's ideal. It's better than clamps. I just thought I'd mention it. Did it fire? Do you normally light them with a sparking tool? You purchased one? Wow. I've got some old ones. I've got them with desiccant in sealed bags, and we have humidity, but not like some places in sub-Saharan Africa. The sparking tool is what you're supposed to use with a glove because they can throw sparks on you. So I thought I'd mention it. They're not terribly expensive, and if you use those, and they're buried, you don't worry about them. If you're using clamps, I've dug up clamps. They're green. They've oxidized. They're not as good. Okay, now we're going to get into the practical. So your transmission line from your equipment in the building goes out to the tower or some type of mast, and then it goes up the tower to the antenna. I've actually forgotten a device in this. You know what I forgot was hoisting grips. Completely forgot it, but it can be remedied in the PowerPoint that you get online when you go home. So there's strike, and this is the main run of coax that goes up the tower. It starts inside the building, it goes out to the tower, and then it goes straight up the tower to the antenna. So this kit, this is what takes strike energy off the outer conductor of the coax and puts it on the tower. Okay? People typically call them grounding kits. You cut the outer sheath very carefully, the black outer sheath of the coax. This gets wrapped around. There's instructions in the kit. And then it gets a layer of butyl tape, very sticky tar-like tape, and then it's covered with electrical tape. And then your coax will be a greater diameter there because of all the tape. It's all weatherized. It looks like a snake that ate something. So there's two. There's one at the base of the tower before the bend. And then there's one at the top before the antenna. If your antenna is really tall, they go in 150-foot increments. But this is the minimum that you would ever see. This takes strike energy off the outside of the transmission line and puts it on the tower. Because this end has a bolt that gets bolted right to the tower. The tower is in sections typically, and there are bolts that hold the sections together. That goes through one of the bolts. Strike energy, we're trying to get it to the tower. The tower is the main conductor of strike energy. So we're managing strike energy, we're trying to get it off. It struck near the antenna, or maybe it struck the antenna, and we have all this strike energy, a lot of it on the outside conductor. We're trying to get it to the tower with grounding kits. This is before the bend. Is the bend a low impedance or a high impedance? Do you remember? It's high. So strike energy does not want to make this bend. So this bend is a sharp 90. At the base of the tower, we had the 3 wires coming off the base of the tower, going to the grounding rods. Those were gradual bends. This is the opposite. This is a sharp bend. This is the sharpest bend the manufacturer will allow you to make. They'll tell you in the literature. 15 inches, 12 inches for half-inch heliacs, something like that. You measure that out, you make your 90-degree bend. That's how much coax it takes to make the bend. If you have larger diameter, it takes more. But this grounding kit goes before the bend. So the strike energy is coming down. It sees a high impedance path. It doesn't want to go that path. A lot of it gets dissipated right here into the tower and right into the ground rods of the tower. We're managing strike energy. This is critical. You can buy these with this not terminated. This is a mechanical crimp. It's not soldered. This can see a lot of instantaneous heat from a strike event. So if it was soldered, it could just melt the solder. So this is mechanically crimped, and then it has some heat shrink just to protect it. Water could still maybe get in. So we only sell the ones that this is already terminated. You can buy them that are very long, you cut them to length, and you terminate them yourself, but you need a special tool to really crimp down on this. How are we doing on time? 11:25. Okay. Can't quite see the tower here. I'm not sure why it's not showing up, but let's start from the top down. Here's our bend coming off the tower. This is the tower here. You can't see it. We have a grounding kit before the bend. This says sharpest bend at 90 degrees allowed by the manufacturer of the transmission line. The manufacturer will tell you. This is the only time you want a sharp bend. These are all gradual, coming off the tower, going into the ground rod system at the base, gradual. Low impedance. High impedance. We don't want strike energy going this way. We want it all to go into the tower structure. Then we have a horizontal run trying to get to the transmitter building. I put a supporting cable here just to hold it horizontal so you don't stress the transmission line. We have another grounding kit before the building. We have a 3-sided tower. A minimum of how many ground rods for a 3-sided tower? How many? 3, 1 for each leg. Are these gradual or are they sharp bends? Gradual. Low impedance path to the ground rods. All 3 ground rods are in a ring at the base of the tower. And then at the transmitter building, we have a perimeter ground system. We have a ground rod at all 4 corners of the building. This is the minimum. If your soil is poor, you may do more. There's a ground rod a fifth ground rod beneath the building entrance. This is where everything goes into the building. There's one rod right beneath it. So how many ground rods total as a minimum? 5, the 4 corners plus the one beneath the entrance where the coax goes in. 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 minimum. The ground ring at the tower and the perimeter of the building are common with a wire. That completes your grounding system. So now we're going to talk about getting into the building. We have to get in. This is looking straight down from the sky. Triangle-shaped tower, 3 sides, 3 rods, a ring. You can't tell, but these are nice gradual curves, low impedance path to ground. We have a wire that connects the building perimeter. 5, 1 at each corner and 1 beneath the building entrance. It's common. 5, 6, 7, 8, minimum. You may do more if your soil is poor. Something else. One thing that's worth mentioning is since this is fixed on here, when you put these on, some people will mount them to the coax first. The grounding kits, let's get back. These grounding kits, they'll mount this to the coax, tape it up, make it look pretty. Then they'll stretch this out to fasten it to the tower. And the nearest bolt to put that termination, this end, is over here. Well, that's not a low impedance path to ground because it's not straight. It should be graceful. So I recommend bolting this where you have a good spot to bolt it. Stretch your grounding kit with this wire tight. Pull your coax away, make your cut. Fasten this end. That way you have a good geometry. I can see some mini videos explaining this if it's not clear. Otherwise, this red wire, where it's fastened to the tower, won't be straight. It'll be whatever. Okay, so we've just talked about how to get strike energy off the outer conductor of your coax. What about the inner conductor? Well, we have these devices. These are usually at the building entrance. They should be close to the building entrance, which is often on the inside wall. I think we have right in here. So here's the wall. We have a grounding point. People either mount them to this ground bus or near it. So these take strike energy off of the center conductor and run it to ground. I'll show you where they get run. We stock this one. It has a capsule we'll often sell with a spare capsule. So during a strike event, this capsule goes into conduction and the strike energy goes to the case to ground. This one is disposable, there's no capsule. So when this one does its job, it sacrifices itself. This one you can replace the capsule. These are probably better. People like these because they can carry a spare capsule. So they have a strike event. Oh, wow, we had a strike event. We're off air. We go in, we do some research. This device went into conduction. The capsule has failed. It did its job. It managed strike energy for us of the center conductor. We replace that, inspect, everything's good, we get back on the air. This one you have to buy a whole spare. They're a bit more expensive, they're probably better quality. Grounding kit. Okay. There's instructions in the grounding kit. If you were to install the grounding kit here, you would peel off, you would, with a knife, very carefully, you'd cut through the plastic jacket, the vinyl jacket, without cutting into this metallic, leaving this intact. So this is exposed. And then the tongue gets wrapped around, and then it gets butyl taped, and then electrical taped to seal it from the weather. These go in line with the connector, so they're for the center conductor. So at the top of the tower, we're dissipating strike energy into the tower. We get to the bottom, we dissipate some more strike energy into the tower. Here, we dissipate more strike energy into the tower. This is all the outside conductor of the coax. Then we get into the building, and we have these. They're inside the building. There will be some strike energy on the center conductor, likely. Hopefully most of it was on the outside, and we've dissipated most of that. These do the job of the center conductor of the transmission line. Okay, we're almost finished, and then we'll do a recap. A couple more things. There is a device, we make it. It's called a quarter wave stub. If you're confident on what your transmission frequency is, we make this stub from a formula, but then we fine-tune it with a network analyzer. It's specific to your transmit frequency. It's made of coax. So you could make it, but it would be difficult to fine-tune it without the test equipment. So to the transmit frequency for your transmitter, it looks like an open. So it ignores it. Your signal goes to the antenna. It doesn't see the stub. It's almost like it's not there. But to strike energy, it looks like a short. So strike energy comes down, and it sees the stub as a low impedance path to ground. And stubs are pretty good. They're a little bit harder for the broadcast band because the wavelengths are longer. You have to tune it. When you order it from us, we make sure it's right, but we need to know your transmit frequency. And they can take strike energy all day. They can take multiple strikes, no harm done. They're somewhat inexpensive. Usually near the transmitter. Yes. There's some disadvantages. If you get above 500 watts, you have to use a DIN. They're installed in line with a T, looks like this. This is a DIN, and they're pretty expensive. But they'll take more strike energy because there's just more surface area. They can be finicky. I think Alfred and I struggled with one at Mongo. and I don't know exactly what was going on, but something was not right. Do you remember? Could be something with, I'll have to look. I'm pretty sure that you throw these on. You have to have another jumper. I don't think that jumper is a critical length, but it could be an issue, and I'll have to ask the professor, I'll ask Mike Axman, but there could be an issue where if you're running high SWR, you may have a critical length coming off the transmitter before you get to this T. That could be what's going on. So there's another disadvantage I did not mention here, and I'll double check for you because I don't know all the answers, but if you have to tolerate some SWR, which is a mismatch with your antenna, the transmitter could be fine, but you may end up with a critical length jumper. And I'm not so sure about that. Maybe the answer is it may be cheaper to send 3 that vary by a couple inches. This is a question for Mike, but that could be another challenge. But if everything is working fine and you can get a quarter wave stub in there, they're very good. They dissipate a lot of strike energy. There was virtually no ground at Mongo. Yeah. Okay, this is a grounding bus. They can get very expensive because they can get very thick, but this one was on Amazon for under $50. And if you don't have multiple transmitters that are trying to dissipate strike energy from multiple runs of coax, then this one is probably fine. They put them on these standoffs because you could mount this to the inside of the building. Maybe it's a metal building, and it would give you some isolation from strike energy going into your building. But I'll show you some images of where these go. You can do it with one too. This is a common arrangement. These are grounding kits. See how the coax looks like it's pregnant right here, like a pregnant snake? That's where someone has cut the outer sheath off, wrapped the tongue around. Then the foil tape, or I'm sorry, the butyl tape. And the butyl tape is soft like a tar, especially where in the summer when it's very warm. And then it's, in the States, in the winter, it's very hard. But because of the heat, the butyl tape gets wrapped with electrical tape. If not, sometimes you see the butyl tape spilling out. But that's what waterproofs that. So these are grounding kits going into the building. Just remember there's a grounding kit right before it enters the building, so these wires come down to a grounding bus. And look how much surface area they have. This is a big wire coming off of this grounding bus because there's a lot of coax runs coming off this big tower. So we could have a lot of strike energy all at once, so we need big conductors here. This is a big, thick, expensive grounding bus. You won't need one that thick. But that's what a building entrance looks like. This is what it looks like on the inside of the building. It's more copper colored because it's out of the weather. But we have inline protectors here. The coax comes through, we have inline protectors, and then coming off of them is they go to this grounding bus. So one's on the outside of the building, the other one's on the inside of the building. I put this in my $830 calculation if you bought 2. But you could probably do it with 1. I'll show you in the next slide. This is a very fancy building entrance panel. You don't need anything that fancy, but this is a big tower with multiple antennas on the tower. Okay. So here's a drawing. We have the coax coming from the tower, going through a building entrance, and it's a little pregnant right there because there's a grounding kit wrapped around. Nice gradual sweep, right? Down to a grounding bus. And right beneath the grounding bus is a ground wire. This is the 5th, or grounding rod. This is the 5th. There's one at each corner, and then there's one directly below the building entrance. I didn't show the building perimeter, so I didn't even draw it all. So the coax comes in, it comes in the building, and there's an inline protector and another grounding bus. Gradual wire, grounding bus goes through the wall to the same anchor point. 2 grounding buses. It comes off of this inline surge protector to your equipment. This is a jumper. Here's another way, save some money. You take one of these, if you can get it in the wall or near, and our grounding kit, it goes to this, and then it has one ground wire to the perimeter. It didn't make the drawing, but there's an inline protector, and it has to go to the same bus. Here's a drawing of this arrangement, or a photo of this arrangement, where you've got one on the outside of the building, one on the inside of the building, looks like this. So the one on the inside comes through the wall, and they both go down to the perimeter. And here's the recap. From the top down, grounding kits below the antenna and above the bend at the bottom, where it comes off the tower and goes in the building. The coax bend at the bottom of the tower will make the shortest, quickest 90-degree bend that the manufacturer will allow for high impedance. Minimum grounding at the tower base at each vertical member of the tower, there'll be 3 for a 3-sided tower. If you have a 4-sided tower, I hope you don't, but you'll have 4. Those are gradual low impedance. They go to the ground rods. So there's 3 ground rods at the tower base. There's a ring that joins all 3. There's an additional grounding kit at the building entrance. All wires have graceful curves. The only one that doesn't is the coax, where it comes off the tower as a sharp 90. Everything else is graceful. Ground rods at 4 corners of the building. An additional ground rod below the building entrance. It's not the building entrance where you walk into the building. It's where everything goes into the building. Coax, power company, electric, it all goes into the same wall, preferably in the same place, close together. All building ground rods are in a perimeter ground around the building. The perimeter of the building is connected to the tower ring. All ground rods are far from obstructions of the building. So if the building has an overhang, you want your ground rods to be out in the weather where they see soil that's gotten rainwater. This is kind of a checklist. Far enough from the building to get rainwater contact in compacted soil. You can drive ground rods with a hammer in compacted soil. That's what you want. Some people will put a lot of water in the soil, or they'll put a pipe and water pressure, and it'll kind of go down itself because the water will move the soil away. That's not compacted anymore. So it's not the same. Oh, very good. Yeah, so it's always getting rainwater. That's good. As long as there's not erosion that washes the soil away, then your copper is exposed, somebody steals it. Rainwater contact in compacted soil. Poor soil may necessitate additional ground rods. Space them 2 times the rod length, and they're connected with a wire. Exothermic welding is better if you can get it. It's not crazy expensive, and it's very permanent. So make sure it's below grade. So, if you have erosion, which was common in Mongo as well, people see it, they try to steal it. So you should know where it is. Maybe you document where it is, but it's below grade. So people walking around, they don't see it. If you have a lot of equipment, it may be in a rack. The rack is grounded, and it goes to the same ground bus. Everything goes to the same ground bus. I'll do this one last because it's the most critical, but it's best to have all of your services entering the transmitter building on the same wall, close together. You may think, let's space these out. I don't want lightning strike energy to go from one to the other. It's actually the opposite. They should all enter together on the same wall in the same panel. If you can do the electric there as well, it's better. And here's why. You're developing a single point ground, which is at the building entrance, that panel. If you have competing grounds, you could put your equipment at risk. So think of it this way. Strike energy is coming into the building, and the single point ground where everything is coming together is right there. That's the low impedance path to ground. The strike energy goes right there to ground. If you make a mistake, and I think I want to add a ground, and it's not part of the grounding ring around the building, and you put it over there, strike energy comes in. Think of it this way, like it has a mind. I see that low impedance path. It's further away, but it's lower impedance. It will seek ground there. How will it get there? It will get there through all of your equipment. Single point grounding is the most critical thing you can do. Competing grounds put your equipment at risk. You're like a surge protector in your sockets. Same point, yeah. So that's a good point. So if you have a generator building, because you don't want it in the same room as your transmitter, if you drive a stake, it's a very common competing ground. So if you have a generator and it's 30 feet away in a doghouse, we call it just a little extension on the building, you put the generator in there, or it's outside in another building, you want to ground that generator, that ground wire should go to the same point. If you drive a ground rod there, strike energy comes into the building, I see a low impedance path there. It will seek ground at the generator. How will it get there? It will get there through your equipment. That happened in, we don't know. We don't know. But that's a very common thing. It's called a competing ground. It may not make sense. If you do this, you don't need to understand it. Just follow the recipe, like you're making a cake. Okay, I'll just mention this very quickly. I don't have a good drawing for this. It's tricky to draw. It's, you want to minimize, how are we doing on time? You want to minimize connectors and adapters. It's very common for your run of transmission line in the building, if you start in the building with a female and it goes all the way to the top of the tower in a continuous run to another female. That's a female, that's your main run. That's usually the best convention, to do a female to female. At the top, you run a jumper, which is a male to male, and that makes all the genders work out just fine. That goes from your top of the tower to your antenna. Most of the antennas are a female. So you have a male to male, it all works. At the bottom in the building, it ends with a female, so you have another jumper. And that jumper could go to your transmitter, but you probably have an inline protector. So when you put the system together, unless somebody does it for you, but it's good to think of all the genders and making it all work without having to put adapters in. That's what I was trying to explain in this slide. Yes, and actually, I was just on campus, and I met a guy who is a company rep for Amphenol, which is a connector manufacturer, and he was a sales guy, and so he didn't get the joke, but 25 years ago, maybe more, in the US at least, I'm sure it's common here, they started allowing Wi-Fi with directional high gain antennas, but they wanted to limit the gain of the antenna. You could put a really good antenna on and you could interfere because it's unlicensed spectrum for wireless routers and all the rest of it. So the manufacturer of the router was the same as the antenna manufacturer, and they wanted to make sure that people didn't put high gain antennas on there. So the mandate from the authorities in the US was a different type of connector. So these connectors, you would call this a male, and you would call this a female. And we don't need to explain why. But Amphenol made a connector that had this body that spun here. Nothing spins on this one, right? There's nothing to spin. The counterpart goes in here, and then this hex nut spins on those threads. Well, they made a connector that looked like this, but had a center female pin in here. And that was the proprietary connector to make sure that for those Wi-Fi frequencies, people didn't use high gain antennas. They only used a limited gain antenna, a lesser. And we called them transgendered connectors. And I told the guy with Amphenol, and he's like, what? And I had to explain the whole story. And then my wife was horrified that I made the comment. But the gentleman laughed. Okay, I think that's it. I'm sorry, there's parts that are somewhat boring. I brought these photos. This is a transmission line for electrical power pole. Actually, this is a lighting pole. And it has no ground wire coming off. It uses a different type of ground called a Ufert ground. It's named after a guy named Ufert. And so in the earth, there's a big cage of rebar that has enough surface area contact with the soil. These bolts go into the cage and they're welded to the cage. So there's enough surface area to dissipate strike energy, but it's not for a tower. You might meet somebody that says you need a Ufert ground, or your tower is fine because it's buried in concrete, there's surface area of concrete, you have a Ufert ground. That's incorrect. You need a ground system. This is an electrical transmission tower. It's a pole, and it's grounded. Is this a high impedance path or a low impedance path? Relative. Low? I have one vote for low. Is this low or high? It's high. If it's low, it would be gradual. Comparatively, the gradual one would be better. This is for strike energy and whatever flashes over of the high voltage transmission line. So it's not exactly what we do, but it's the same principle. They would have been better with a low impedance path bend, a gradual bend. And what's the problem here? Somebody was mowing and they broke it off. We've heard of a lot of towers, and that's the whole continent. It's the African continent. It's three times the size of the United States. But we've heard of a lot of towers just being knocked down. Northern Uganda, Sierra Leone, yeah, recently. So they get knocked down. But it's more common for somebody to be walking by, and if you don't have a good clamp, this took a lot of force to break this. This is a big conductor. I don't know what the mower looked like afterwards, but it was probably a mower. And I drive past this every day to work, and I saw it, and I'm like, oh, I got to get this photo, just for you, so you can see it. I think that's it. So I'll go back to this because there's a lot of information here. And we're going to do a big Q&A tomorrow. There's a lot of information. It's not all exciting, but it will be when you put up a station. You especially, I know you want to do it. And you can look at these slides again. If you have questions, you can call us or email. We're 6 hours behind you. So we may not answer in the middle of the night, but we want to be your friend and we want you to be successful. I appreciate you all coming because it shows that you're serious about protecting your equipment. Well, email first, and if we need to talk in the middle of the night, I will grit my teeth and do it. We've had some events, and it's hard. The flesh is weak because it's on your time. But I've joined some virtual events. But you can explain quite a bit with email, and we could make a short video, and you could go to the website, you could download it. I could send you a link to see a short video, because sometimes a video speaks thousands of words, right? I can draw you diagrams. Your success is our success. And you may be the grounding expert. You'll hear of someone else putting up a station, and they'll say, where are you from? Uganda? They'll say, that guy in Uganda, wow, he's had multiple strikes, no damage. I'm going to call that guy. And you can say, here's the minimum. Your soil is poor. You might want to do more grounding rods. I don't know if I want to spend that. And you say, maybe you do. And it's a statistical thing. Some people, I'll tell you a couple short stories. In the US, we had a customer, and he had virtually no grounding. And we discovered it when we were servicing a transmitter for something else. And we said, well, you don't have much grounding. You really should ground your tower properly. Don't want to do it. Well, you could have a lightning strike, and you could blow up all this equipment. It could even come into your building, which wasn't a transmitter building. It was like his business. So the tower was just outside, the transmitter equipment was inside his office. And I think that was the story where he said, okay, I'll spend the money. He spent the money, he had a lightning strike, and it still blew up stuff. So then he was almost like, I did what you said and it still blew up. It's like, well, I don't control the weather. I don't know what kind of strike event you had. But it is discouraging when somebody does what they should and then they have damage. But we also had customers where it's like, we discovered you have virtually I don't know who installed this, but we ended up servicing, discovered there was no grounding. And he said, I don't want to invest. I've not had a lightning strike in, I can't remember. Within a couple years, everything was destroyed. I'll let you share with the people on board.
So from 2012, all of the stations that we were installing all had this grounding system that Sunset recommended to us. And before 2012, every time there was rainy season in West Africa, there would be the same phone calls from the station saying they're off air because their transmitter has blown. And since we started doing the system in all of the newer stations, we don't get those calls anymore. There might be other challenges like electrical problems from the electrical company, but we don't have problems with lightning anymore with the transmitters. So it's, God willing, it will continue like that. But we have seen such a big difference. And when your transmitter blows, you could easily spend that same money that you could spend on the grounding instead. But with the grounding, you can stay on air. You don't have the problem of being off air or buying a new transmitter or sending your transmitter to somewhere for expensive repairs. So it's really important.
We've got several transmitters at Elkhart now that are not serviceable. They can't. It's not financially reasonable to put the money in. So they will be cannibalized for parts. They're destroyed. So that's a heartbreaker, but that's sometimes happens. You had raised your hand.
Yes, I wanted to ask, why is AbR having system not recommended for hours?
The what system? Oh, it's a standard. So the best answer is I don't know. It's a standard for electrical transmission, not for transmitter sites. Transmitter sites always go with rods and buried conductors. A UFER system is usually deep in the earth. It's the big cage, and it's for electrical transmission, lighting poles, things like that. Things that can tolerate more stray strike energy than a transmitter could.
But in that system, is there a connection from the cage straight to the earth, or does it remain inside the port concrete?
It remains in.
Yeah, that's probably one of the reasons it's not recommended, because how you guarantee it goes from the cage to the earth,
Yeah.
and through the concrete is basically non-conductive.
It's actually, it's pretty remarkable that your electrical transmission system can take a lot of strike energy. Now, there may be hiccups and problems at the power plant, but they manage that. Your transmitter, if it sees too much strike energy, it flashes across components. It flashes at the connector where it's right at the transmitter, at the back of the transmitter. UFER ground is not, it's not the same. But I really don't know. If you built a big enough cage with enough surface area contact with the soil, I think you could do it. But it's not the same. They're also building big cages like that because they're holding big structures up. So they need a lot of rebar in the soil to do it, in the concrete to do it. So that's another, they can get away with it. Yeah, they use UFER grounds in commercial construction where the buildings are steel, and then they can, instead of driving a ground rod, sometimes they can mount the ground, defined ground of the panel, of the electrical panel to the UFA ground. But that's like, that's all got to pass inspection. It depends on your local authority. So I'm here for the conference. We leave Thursday evening, but we're around. You can do the QR code to see these slides. By the time I get home and put the slides up, I'll probably have some other good images that I'll put in there because I neglected a few. The reason that we exist, the reason that Sunset is a thing, is because of you guys. You call us, and we do a lot of consultation for free. We don't really charge for consultation. Have we ever charged? You might want a cheeseburger or something if we're in town. But we don't charge for that. And we're trying to spend more money visiting our ministry partners, maybe when they're not in a crisis. There's been 2 people approach me since I'm in town. Oh, we have a problem. It's like, well, I wasn't planning on visiting you, but I'll try to talk. And there'll be questions I don't know. And so I go back to the big brain guys, back in Elkhart, and I ask them. We'll find the answer. Just be careful shopping for the answer you want, because it's very easy to shop for the answer you want and you find the right consultant that tells you, oh yes, you can buy this transmitter from me and it will do this thing. So buy transmitters from Pierre-Yves, buy them from the South Sudanese guys are buying from Mike Gwartney. They have their own training. He's good. Alex Walker. Not a business.
Supplying equipment because you're making money, it's the best thing to use. So they will use different suppliers according to whatever the need is. So they're not trying to push a particular product at all.
Yeah, the reason we stay with Acresso is because we're factory authorized service for Acresso. Is Acresso the best? It's good. I don't know if it's the best. It's one of the best. And maybe we go with another. Mike Gwartney is selling another product. Pierre-Yves uses others. And we change. We hear of something, maybe we should look into this, Galcom is the biggest fixed tune solar powered distributor ever, right? But we'll never have enough. We also have the Sunset Radio. But we are not in competition because will there ever be enough solar radio? They wear out, people lose them, people steal them, people are having babies, countries are growing, people do not have an opportunity to hear the gospel. There will never be enough receivers. We've handed out a lot of Galcom radios. Doesn't say Sunset on there, it says Galcom. What's your product called? Compass. The Compass. Yeah. So we work together as much as they let us. Yeah. I'm finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you can just put the QR code back. And I just want to spell out something because you mentioned the 6 hours difference, in time. It's not easy to really understand what it is, especially if you never went there. I just want to explain in a very simple way. Now, it's noon here. It's 6 o'clock in the morning over there. So people are still sleeping or just waking up. So if you keep in your mind that to talk to the guys in America or Canada, if you do it in the afternoon, they'll be happier. Keep that in mind, because it's not rare to get phone calls at 3 o'clock in the morning. This is not a good time to talk to us. Just to explain. Thank you.
the topic of the antenna system. Every communication system nowadays, especially in the era of Wi-Fi, nearly everything is wireless. The broadcast system is wireless. That's how you are able to propagate your signal to the end users. So it's very important to speak about antenna, and that is what I'm going to speak about, or guide us in speaking about this afternoon. Just to let you know that antenna system is a very, very broad topic. Very broad that even today, we are not going to try to understand it. We are only going to pass through and try to speak about the basic elements and parameters of antennas that you are going to encounter in your technical work. But it's very, very broad, and we are not going to try to get into details. So let me get my slide right. Understanding the antenna system is very, very important for you as either broadcaster or technician and a person working in the radio industry. One, because as I had informed you earlier, if you look at your license paper, I believe those of us who are in actual radio broadcasting, you are licensed by your respective government. And there is a license term they give you. And part of this license stipulates the type of antenna you're going to use, the gain of the antenna, the polarization of the antenna, and other elements. And actually, just to bring you to speed to what Jack was saying this morning, many of you were asking, how far can a 1,000 watts transmitter reach? What is the range of a 1,000 watts transmitter? And that question, you cannot answer it directly without mentioning antennas. You cannot not answer that directly without maybe mentioning the location where the transmitter or the transmitting station is located. So that is just to create a good understanding of why you need to know more about the antenna system. If you can look there, and I'm going to share these slides with you later on, that is an excerpt of a license from a station in Kenya. And if you look keenly, you'll see the geographical coordinates, the frequency, the transmitter power, maximum effective radiated power. We are going to look at that later on. And down here, you can see we have the antenna gain and the polarization of the antenna. So it's very important you understand the parameters of the antenna system so that when you're filling out the application form, when you are asking the government to issue with a license, you understand what you're asking for. So that is just a quick, buttressing the point of why you need to really know and understand the antenna system. And the question is, or what you need to ask yourself as we begin, what is an antenna? You might be very new to this term, and the best definition is it is the interface that comes between, interface that, I think Pierre-Yves will say it's a transducer. It's a component, or it's an interface that comes between the electrical signal, and it changes those electrical signal into magnetic waves. Remember, the theme of our topic today, or in this training, was from the microphone to the antenna system. So Pierre-Yves took us from the microphone, what I'm using to speak, the signal travels down to the mixer, the mixing console, and then Jack took that signal from the mixing console, from the end of the mixing console to the transmitter. So where I'm starting is from the transmitter, from this connector at the end, to the antenna to the top of the mast where the signal gets radiated and the end user receives them. So the antenna system, what I'm going to speak about, though Jack mentioned about the coaxial line or the feeder line, I'm going to start from the connector going up. And that is a system that now we are saying it changes the electrical signal into magnetic waves. And to help you understand, maybe those of us from Kenya and I don't know Uganda, when we were in school, we learned about a grasshopper. And we studied really hard to pass the exam, and we crammed what antennas are, thorax, and all that. So the term antenna, originally, I don't think it's an English name. I think it came from a botanical name, from those appendages from an insect. And nearly, they perform the same purpose, because in an insect, those are used to fill in, to communicate, and do all that. And the same case applies to the broadcast industry. Antennas transforms your electrical signal into magnetic waves. Now that maybe we have a little understanding of what an antenna is, there are those fundamentals parameters of an antenna. Because with me here I have an antenna, but it must be, and it is, way much different from this antenna here. So there are those parameters, those salient features of an antenna that define that particular antenna. And we are going to look at them because these are the parameters that in Kenya we use CAK, Tanzania I know is TCRA, and in South Sudan is, but they have a communication authority, the people who issue with the license. And so they define these parameters that you must adhere to. And one of those parameters is radiation pattern. We are going to look at it in depth, but the radiation pattern is how your signal is being distributed. Remember, we have this antenna here, and you want to reach people, let's say, in a certain direction. So the radiation pattern is going to define how that particular antenna is going to work. Or in better terms, it is a spatial distribution of the radiated energy into space. In this case, you can have omnidirectional or directional. So one of the parameters of an antenna is the radiation pattern. The other parameter is radiation intensity. So how much power is being pushed out from that particular antenna, the radiation intensity of that antenna. A very good example is we have antennas that have end connectors, which can only handle maybe up to a few hundreds of watts. We have other antennas that are connected with a DIN connector, which can handle way much more power. And so that's an element of radiation intensity. The other element is directivity. So how much is that energy concentrated in one direction in reference to an ideal antenna? And we are not going to look at that much, but those are parameters that you will find with the manufacturers are going to specify. I believe if we speak with the Sunset guys, they can give us the data sheet of the antenna, and those parameters are going to be listed there. The other very important fundamental parameter of the antenna is the gain. Maybe I'm going to show you a picture later on, or this Yagi. If you are doing STL, you might find some oriented this way, and some are placed this way. So in our previous example, if I may go back to the first slide, you can see the government had indicated the polarization of this particular license. So it's very important to know the polarization of your antenna or the antenna system. We are going to look at that later on, but majorly those among the parameters that what we call fundamental parameter of the antenna. One, maybe I can just mention two more, and we'll stick with what we'll speak with later on. The other one is efficiency. I connected this power station here to demonstrate efficiency. We are going to see that and look at that. And efficiency is how efficient is the antenna converting the signal that is fed into it into space. So that's very important, because I might give this antenna 500 watts, but it's not efficient. It's not radiating all that energy out. So efficiency is very important. We are going to look at that in detail. And the other one is system matching and reflection, which is very, very critical. So how is this antenna matched correctly to the feed line or to the input impedance? So the input impedance of the transmitter, which is normally 50 ohms, ought to be matched very well with the antenna. So one of the fundamental parameters is how well the antenna tries to match that specific impedance, and that affects what we call VSWR, which we are going to look at. And that is one of the, maybe I will say maybe number two, cause of failures in transmission system. When you have high VSWR, or commonly what we call reflected power coming back. And reflected power is a factor of how that antenna is well matched to the impedance that is the nominal impedance from the transmitter. So we'll be looking at that, but those are majorly the fundamental antenna parameters that you are going to look at. And to help you understand in layman's language, if you want to set up a radio station today, and I give you a list of items you need to buy, if I tell you to go and buy an antenna, I think the base question will be, how many bays? What is the gain? What is the power handling capacity of that particular antenna system? So those are the parameters that we are speaking about. Maybe practically we can demonstrate that in, in a better way. So the other key element that the government is going to regulate is how high you can rig your antennas. I know in most cases we tend to go on mountains. That's where we find the transmission areas. And on top of that, we build very tall towers. But all this is regulated by the government. Sometimes they can tell you you cannot go to that particular place because you're going to affect the reuse of that frequency elsewhere. So antenna height affects greatly your coverage area. As we are going to see shortly, and maybe just to emphasize on this particular point and answer the question that was asked earlier on, how far can you go with a 1,000 watts transmitter? And one of the factors that is going to affect how far you can go, how far your range is line of sight. FM and other higher frequencies are affected by line of sight. So theoretically, you can only go as far as you can see the horizon. To help you explain, to explain that better, maybe just to ask this randomly. How far can you see? What is the horizon? A random guess. Well, they normally say is around maybe 25 or, they're about kilometers. You cannot see that far. And that is because, or that is to say the world is round. It's not flat, it's round, it's curved. But there is other technical details about how far you can go, but electrically, the signal should not travel that far than you can see. So how do we solve that? We solve that by going to an elevated area. Because when you're on a mountain, you can see very far. So that's how we solve that, obstacle of line of sight. So most transmission centers or stations are placed in an elevated area to help you increase your coverage area. If you allow me, I don't have a pen here, but if you allow me, we'll go down to do some few calculations later on. That was an excuse. And we are going to, to work it out. But there is a formula about a line of sight, and we'll use it to build a case later on why you should spend a lot of time selecting the base transmission area, because that is going to give you the best coverage rather than increasing the transmitter power and maybe increasing the gain of the antennas. The height alone is going to work magic. A very good case is that we have a formula if you want to know the distance, the line of sight. The line of sight, the electrical line of sight where your radiated signal can reach. And I'm going to share that, but for your information is the distance is 3.57 into bracket the height of the transmitter plus the square root of the height of the receiver. In this case, the receiver might be 2 meters from the ground, and the transmitter is maybe 60 meters from the ground. So you take the square root of the transmitter height, you add the square root of the receiver, and you're going to get the distance that you can actually cover, holding all the other factors constant. So in this case, we are not speaking about the transmitter power. We are just assuming you have a definite transmitter power. What is the length you can easily cover? So a very good example, and this one is from a station we did last month in Western Kenya. We had a tower of 45 meters high, and theoretically we can take, for example, a receiving antenna of 9 meters. And if you use that formula, you're going to get that 5 kilometers maximum range. We are assuming, holding all the other factors constant, the Fresnel zone and the rest, if you push enough power, you can only go that 5 kilometers. See how that is going to change if we increase the tower to 90 meters. So by increasing the tower to 90 meters, we are going to increase our range by more than 25%. So I think we can do that better by doing it practically, trying it practically maybe tomorrow. But the bottom line is, the higher you go, the far you can shoot your signal. So, yes, you're excused. Because it's not linear. It's not linear. I think the doubling is not linear. But again, getting 25% increase is economically, you're saving a lot. It's way much better than using the transmitter power to do that. You can achieve that, but not that much. But again, remember, we are speaking on a theoretical situation where FM signal cannot bend. They cannot go around objects. So if you allow me, now we can speak about antenna gain. This is a term that has been used a lot, and we like it because it gives you some advantage. And over the years, many broadcasters have used the element of gain to reach further. And maybe just to give you a definition, it's, the gain is a measure of how well an antenna affects or concentrates the radio energy that is fed to it. For example, I wanted to really come with a flashlight. I forgot. Is it a torch? Can I zoom? Good. Let me use this as a demonstration. The gain of an antenna, it's how much, the gain, it's a ratio in reference to an ideal antenna, how well that antenna system concentrates its energy. Like the microphone Pierre was speaking about, we have antennas that can distribute their signal in all directions. We have some, like the Yagi, it only shoots in one direction. But when it shoots in one direction, it can go very far. So that is what we call gain. And in most cases, it's normally stipulated on your license terms. The regulator will tell you how much antenna gain you can have. And it helps because, for example, if you are, I had this situation in Burundi. They had a station, Burundi is a very small country. So they had a station that was very close to the border, and they wanted to shoot the rest of the country. So at that particular time, we advised them to use some, high gain antennas with high gain that are somewhat directional, so that they can shoot very far on the opposite direction and very little on the other direction. So I don't know whether that's is going to be well understood, but I think we are going to demonstrate that when you ask your questions.
Can I help you with the flashlight?
Yes, please.
So to use the example of the flashlight that Francis used first, I will first show a flashlight without the lens. You all know the lens. Now you see the light directly, right? I'm going to go in the back of his laptop. And you see how it's lighting the laptop, right? Now Francis is going to put the lens back on the light. Now it's pointing and you see more lights on the laptop, right? Can you see that? Now, la lumière est concentrée sur un centre. So this is the gain of the antenna. We take the energy that we have available, but we concentrate it in a smaller mechanical or physical area. So that's where the gain comes from.
And in that case, you go further. With the gain, you realize that now you can reach further. So if you want to increase your coverage in one direction, you can use a high gain antenna and you're going to go further in that particular direction. So it doesn't, in electrical, you don't get anything for free. So it's not free energy. It's only that it's stealing from the other end and concentrating it on one direction. So, and how do you get the gain? Because on there you have seen I've stuck a couple of dipole together, and that is one way of getting more gain in your system. A normal dipole, in reference to an isotropic antenna, I think has around maybe 2.1 dBi But when we stack a lot of them together, we get more gain. If you're interested, I can show you the formulation on how to, or you can calculate the gain of the overall system. And that is very important because of our next topic, or what I'm going to speak about. And Jack mentioned it this morning, and that is the ERP. And ERP is a short form, or the initials for effective radiated power. So, in a nutshell, this is the cumulative power from your transmitter to through your antenna minus all the losses, and this is effectively what you are radiating out. Now, up to this point, I think you have understand, or I'm going to help us understand that the effective radiated power, this is affected by how much your transmitter is pushing and what gain you have on your antenna. So can you start making the connection why understanding the gain of your antenna is very important? All these are going to affect how far you can go. The transmitter power and the antenna gain. And the ERP is what your regulator will tell you. Don't pass 10 kilowatts. Don't pass 3 kilowatts. They'll give you that maybe in dB or in dBW, dB watts. And normally, some time ago when you're filling up the AbR application form or the Galcom application form, they will ask you, what power are you allowed by your government? Or even if you're looking maybe to upgrade your system, the question maybe I will ask is, what power are you allowed? dB is decibels, is the same units, yes. The same units we started with Pierre Yves, they are the same units we are using. And dB is not, it's just a ratio, is a reference to something. How many, what more in reference to something. So, and in our example yesterday, not yesterday, but when Jack was saying about the coverage of, what is your coverage? Somebody asked about the government regulation. And that comes now into play. This is what they will stipulate to you. The government will tell you, you can only transmit using this power and this antenna gain. And cumulatively, they affect your ERP. And maybe I just given a formula there. It's available online, but this is a good example that we can work with. Allow me, I don't know, just note it somewhere, the ERP that we are speaking about. And I go back to our license terms, because that is why I wanted us to get maybe a copy from your radio station. If you look at here, if you can see, the government has indicated the maximum effective radiated power in dBW. Can you see that? It's small. I'm going to share with you digitally this copy. But so you know, right here is where it's indicated. Actually, it's very small. I cannot. Yes, you can see that far. That is 37. They have given in dBW. And the transmitter carrier power is given as 30 dBW. Maximum effective radiated power, it's given as 37 dBW. And we have the antenna gain here as 7 dBi. That's just to help you understand why maybe we need to look at the ERP. What is the ERP? And we are trying to see cumulatively what is the maximum power that you are radiating out. With that knowledge, we are able now to recommend what system is going to achieve that, or what system is going to adhere to the license terms that you have been given. And that is a calculation I'm going to share with you, and maybe we can work it out, and tomorrow if you have questions we can look at it. But basically the ERP is worked out by multiplying the transmitter power and the antenna gain. I don't want to go into very deep in that, because you don't multiply them the way they are. It's not direct. It's logarithmic. And in that case, I will show you how to work it out. But normally what I will do in such a case is maybe you convert the watts into dB, and then you add the antenna gain in dB or dBi, and you'll get your effective radiated power. I can show you this on a personal level, how to work it out and how maybe to translate the ERP in dBW or in power. Yes. Okay, very good question. All the details, you don't get them physically. This is just to help you understand that these are the details that your license talks about. So a very good question is, how many bays of antennas do you use? Do your radio station use? 4 bay. What transmitter power? 300. Now, if I wanted to supply you, or you wanted maybe to make an application to Galcom or Sunset for a bigger system, they will ask you, what power are you licensed to have? And what gain, what antenna system are you licensed to have? Because you cannot have a 10,000 watts transmitter or a 5,000 watts transmitter. The government limits that. So this information helps you understand how much you can stretch yourself in transmitter power or the antenna system. We are going to look at that because it's very critical later on in answering the question of, I have had it asked in French, how you can increase your reach to 100 kilometers. Was that the question? Go ahead. Yes, a very good question. If you have a limited, like a 2,000 watts transmitter, you can cover further in one direction if you use high gain antenna. And normally, just to correlate with his question, we can write to the government and tell them we want to increase our antenna gain in one direction and maybe reduce the power of the transmitter, but still maintaining the same ERP. So, yes, go ahead. Yes. Mm-hmm. Actually, now I'm coming there, and since this one, are you using the, oh, he is okay. So to overcome that, because you cannot go far, you cannot bend. If you go to a valley, let's say you go to a ditch, and you power out a 1000 transmitter in a valley, theoretically, your signal should not go over the other side of the mountain, theoretically. So I don't want to get into details. We have other elements that can affect or that makes you now hear a radio that you can argue there is a mountain between us. The other element like the refraction of the signal, the phasor zone might be very small again, but I thought that was very technical. But theoretically, to help you understand, you can only go as far as you can see. So to solve that, go to a higher elevated area, and now from that point you can see further. And that's why now the radio towers are placed on high elevated areas. So a very good example is if we wanted to broadcast in the whole of Africa, if it was possible, we'll go to Mount Kilimanjaro. Yes, because from there now we are not limited on line of sight. We can go very far. Are you getting my point? Yes, so that's how we go far, by going on an elevated area. If we don't go in an elevated area, our coverage will be so much limited by other obstacles on the way. Maybe something that we should have mentioned when we were starting. We are limited to FM. So the question will be, are they in FM or shortwave or medium AM? So for lower frequencies like medium wave and shortwave, they are not line of sight specific. They are not limited by line of sight. Actually, even FM is what they call near line of sight. It's not like that dish or Wi-Fi we are using. That one is very specific line of sight. But FM is near line of sight, but medium wave and short wave, they are not line of sight. So those are the signals that can easily bend somehow and get somewhere. But the other factors that you might, like in FM, they might have a repeater station close by or somewhere that makes you now get it in your specific country. Yes, there are so many other, actually maybe to give you a better definition or a summary, communication is passing on information. So we pass the information from the microphone to the mixer passes information to the transmitter, and the transmitter passes the information to the antenna. Now from the transmitter, you can choose which mode you want to transfer your signal with, either FM, AM, satellite, or other methods. So primarily, we were concentrating on FM. If we have time, maybe we can speak of other frequencies or other modes of transmitting the signal. But you can send that signal in many ways, even IP nowadays. We have internet radio, we have, yes, podcasts. So you're not limited. After that stage, you can do a lot without going through this gadget, this transmitter. And a very good case in point, our good friends in Uganda, we delivered an Omni station that I think they are not going to connect it with a transmitter, but they are going to use it online, Facebook, and the rest. So until here, you can use that signal the way you want. But now this one goes hand in hand with the antenna, and now, in our case, FM. My friend, your hand was up. Very good question. Actually, if we were to do that practically, I don't want to go back to my initial slide, but I will tell you that will be determined by your coordinates, where your transmission station located. What has the government licensed you in antenna gain? And what is your transmitter power? And what is affecting you now cumulatively is what we call the ERP. Are you together up to that point? So to help you understand that, now I will go back and see what parameters can we change. Can we increase the gain of the antenna and send the signal to one direction or to those community that you are not reaching out? But doing that will require us to violate, maybe that might be equivalent to violating what the government has licensed us. So we maybe write the government, tell them, can we increase the gain of our antenna so that we can reach more in the other direction? But assuming you hold your antenna gain constant, we can increase the tower height of your tower, or the what they call HAT, average height around average terrain, height above average terrain of that area. But we could also increase the transmitter power. But from calculation, you realize that, and I think Jack or Pierre-Yves mentioned that, if I double the power of this transmitter, I will only increase the power by 3 dB. But if I add a high gain antenna system, I will add the overall gain of the system more than the transmitter. If you add the power of the transmitter will consume more power, you'll pay more bills. But if you increase the gain of the antenna, it's a one-off. So if the government doesn't allow you to increase the gain of the antenna, increase the tower height. So before we do that, or before we engage doing that, we do a simulation to see what is the possible scenario, what is the possible parameters we can change, and maybe reach your target group. So if you give us that as an example, you get the coordinates of your area, you get me the effective, the ERP that is licensed, we can sit down tomorrow and do a simulation and see what parameters can we change, or what coverage are you able to get with what you have. Yes, but again, now, back to his question. Theoretically, FM is line of sight. Now, just keep that at behind of your head. So there are some places you cannot go, even with high power transmitter, high gain antenna, and everything else. And that now introduces us to why we need repeater stations and where to place repeater stations. So if we get to know the information, we are able now to plan and know it's economically viable to put a small station in that area rather than adding the power of the transmitter or increasing the gain of the antenna. But I will tell you for free, out of experience, if you want to increase your coverage, the cheapest, easiest way is to raise the height of your tower. Because changing this will mean you change the harnessing system. Sometimes you change the feeder cable. When you change the transmitter, it will need you change your voltage stabilizer, you change your UPS. There is a lot of things that you change when you're doing this. But before you do all that, build a tall tower and you'll be good to go. That's very practical. That's why I said, in some circumstances, it might be economically viable to use a repeater station rather than try to change this. Because in some situation, you cannot do anything. You cannot change, you cannot increase, you cannot do anything. So we look case to case situation and maybe advice on the best case scenario or approach. Are we together so far? No, actually, that's why I said, and my event topic, I settled it on government regulation. That's the first paper we discussed, because before you do anything, you have to be compliant on the local regulation. So the height is limited by the government. The antenna gain is limited by the government. The geography where you can broadcast from is also limited by the government. So everything from the transmitter, the audio signal that you're getting from the mixer, they're all limited by the government. And in places like Kenya, you cannot change anything without informing the government. But you find yourself in situation, and I've seen that severally. For example, you're at the border. They gave you a license, and they gave you an antenna system. The gain of the antenna is so maybe low that your coverage goes around. It's an omnidirectional coverage. But you don't want to reach the other community. They're speaking a different language from yours. So you go back to the government, you tell them, can I get some more gain or some more directional antenna so that I can go further this direction and not go much on the other direction? So you have to write to the government to inform them of any changes that you're planning to make. What's your frequency again? And 100.4. Okay. Normally, you should not have an interference with those frequencies. And I will explain that in details, because the government, like in Kenya and many governments in Africa that are compliant, ITU compliant, they give a separation of around, I think 2 kilohertz in between the stations. So that's way much enough. To help you understand, maybe if one radio is 90.2 megahertz, so another one can be 90.4. So a separation of 0.2 megahertz. That's what the most government recommend. But now, which is very, very key, is what Jack mentioned this morning, having a filter. Because, and also that goes a long way with the transmitter that you are using. There are other transmitters from other manufacturers that emit some other harmonics. So to help you understand, that is, they're radiating the frequency that is allowed, but they're also radiating in other small frequency, creating some other harmonics in between. So, and that might be received or might hamper another radio from, getting like in your case. But having a filter will help, even whether it's Chinese or the other brand. I hope you are not online. Yes, bandpass filter. But with a good transmitter, normally it should, if we hook one of the analyzers to this transmitter, we'll try that tomorrow, we should get a very sharp, deep, or when we are using the spectrum analyzer, we should only have very sharp tip and very small sidebands, maybe from the stereo or the pilot tone of the stereo generator. But normally we should not have many peaks. It should not emit other harmonics within that range. But many, the difference between broadcast grade transmitter like what we have here and what is maybe out there is its ability, its fidelity to transmit that specific signal on that specific frequency. So your issue, theoretically, it should not be a problem, but maybe we look at and see whether there are other elements that are into play. Do you have a question? So, we were all speaking, you realize that we are all centered around ERP. So that was the cumulative power of your transmitter and your antenna gain. Very, very important. So let's speak about antenna polarization, because it's very important to know how your signal it's being broadcasted or it's being propagated. And to help you understand, I don't know how many have seen this type of antenna. Let me start from the back. How many have seen this type of antenna? Okay, they are not very common, but many people are switching to this type of antenna, in this region. We have this type. That one is actually like this one, but very common with a TV receiver. And then we have what is so common with us, this dipole here. Maybe, Jack, what is the polarization of the antennas from Sunset? Vertical. They are similar to this antenna here. So that is what we commonly use, or that is what many broadcasters use, vertical polarized antenna. For TV, they use horizontal, and now we have circular polarized. So what that means is that for the vertical polarized antenna, it means it can be received by a vertically polarized antenna. So if I send my signal vertically, it will be better off received vertically. So for TV, they use horizontal, they transmit using horizontal polarized antenna. And so most of the receiving antennas are horizontal. And that will become very key in your STL setup. I don't know, how many use this type of antenna for STL? Not that many, but the analog STL, UHF, they use similar antenna. And so it's very important to match your polarization. If the transmitter have installed it this way, on the receiving end, I need to install it this way. So that's about polarization. But for FM, normally we don't get to do the horizontal that much, but we do vertical and circular. Now, to help in layman's language, it means if I'm broadcasting and my antenna are vertically polarized, if my receiving antenna is horizontal, I should not be getting a very good signal. That's what it means. So it means when you are driving, actually a car antenna is vertically polarized, it's a whip. So when you're driving and you go to some valley and you're not getting that signal very well, it might be simply because maybe you have gone in an area that, the orientation of your vehicle or the radio receiver is not in line, is not polarized correctly. For circular polarized antenna, this antenna radiates in all planes. It's both vertical and horizontal, which gives you a lot of advantage because whether your radio receiver is lying down, I don't know, or actually, a very good example. Theoretically, I think when we lay this radio down, the whip antenna becomes horizontally polarized, this one. So if I put it down, you might realize that it's not receiving the signal very well, unless you hook it on your neck, and that way the antenna is vertically polarized. And because your station at home or at the transmission station is transmitting this signal in a vertically polarized pattern, it's now able to receive it very well. Actually, a very good example I have here, it's this receiver. So normally they are vertically polarized. But now, there's some good argument about the circular polarized antenna. And in Kenya, I've seen many radio stations replacing their old dipole with this type of antenna. It's very common and very good in urban centers because it sends the signal in all direction, in all planes, and it's not very susceptible to scattering or obstruction. So, yeah? Yes, the circular. So in urban setup, there are a lot of buildings, so there is a lot of what we call obstruction and scattering of the signal. So the signal gets attenuated at a faster rate. So the circular polarized antenna behaves way much better in urban setup. So maybe if you are putting up a radio station in town or in urban area, you might want to consider using a circular polarized antenna. I don't know the gain of this particular model, but normally they make them with different gains, I think, different manufacturers. I don't know whether Sunset, do you guys have circular polarized antennas? Oh, good. Yes, normally what happens, that circular polarized antenna doesn't have, I think I will not go very technical with that. It's radiating in all planes, but it's fed from one point. So the circular polarized antenna, you'll feed it the same way you feed the other antennas, the same way. It works the same way with the transmitter, the same way. But how it's radiating the signal, that's where the difference is. You don't need to change your transmitter. You just need to change from the splitter up. And if you're using one bay, you don't need to change anything. You just need to hook it to a cable. It works very well in urban centers. We have used it quite some time, but the problem is we don't have enough data to measure how well it outperforms its counterparts, the dipoles. And there's some, there are some settings that theoretically it says that because it's transmitting on both planes, maybe it needs twice the power from the transmitter in order to transmit, but that's very technical. Just understand that the circular one is very good for urban setup. Very good, very effective. Very, very good question. Now, To answer that very simply, I will say it's not physically possible. Theoretically, it looks very good or very doable. But how these antennas are made, it's very hard to match their face angle or to match their facing with a different made antenna altogether. So it's critical to match your antennas. When you're facing them together like the previous slide, when you are putting them in one collinear, in one array, it's very important to match the antennas, and also very, very important. I was in Congo a month ago or so, and we had a facing issue. That is not using the right length, the right electrical length of your jumper cables, or what you call your feed lines. So it's very critical. When you are matching antennas, they should be nearly identical, radiating the signal all the same, and fed, the signal reaches both antennas at the same speed of light, at the same time. So it's very hard when you have a circular polarized and you match it on the same mast with a dipole, a vertical polarized antenna. You might have some facing issues. But it's something that I would like maybe to try one day and see. Or has anyone ever tried doing that? Combining a circular polarized and a dipole on the same splitter? Yeah. I think what Pierre is saying, just answering your question, it's very hard to, to mix dipole and circular polarized on the same splitter. But you can have a stack of circular polarized antenna. Actually, we don't use them one as a single bay. In most cases, you'll end up having 4 bay of circular polarized, 6, 8 bay of circular polarized, all collinear or in one line. Yes, they sell them as such, but they are also modular in that if you know the gain that you want to achieve, you can decide how many bays you are looking at or you want to stack together. So stacking antennas, I don't know whether we said that when we were on this slide, but when I add one antenna and I arrange them together on one line, maybe if you allow me, maybe that's more detailed because of the distance, the interbay distance between antennas together. But if you arrange them in one line, feed them together at the same point, you can have a gain. You will increase your gain. So, and increasing your gain, it means that now you can concentrate your signal in one direction further. You can reach further. So one way of achieving more gain is either using a directional antenna, which is sometimes is not very practical, but the other way is stacking antennas together. Matching antennas together, you'll have a cumulative gain at the end of the day. And gain is your friend. It will give you some more coverage in one area, sometimes. But I think in Kenya, mostly because of regulations, we are limited to the number of antennas we can stack together. I know BBC in a place called Timboroa in Kenya, they have a 10-bay system and driving around 5 kilowatt system. In Kenya, it reaches all the way to Tanzania and some parts of Uganda. But that was an old site that was decommissioned, so you cannot get a frequency there. BBC. You hear it in Uganda from Kenya. They have a repeater station in Uganda. We have them. There is one notorious frequency, 18081, that transmits off from a place called, very close to Kisumu, but Timboroa, and it reaches down to Tanzania. That is across Lake Victoria, very far. So these are, actually we were speaking about how antenna are polarized, and I think that on that topic we also discussed about the different types of antennas. If you are going out in the market, what are you going to buy? If you want to set up a station in Wau or in an urban center in Juba, I would recommend you go for circular polarized. We have seen them performing way much better. If you are on the countryside, the dipoles work better, but again, go for a reputable brand that will give you a good radiation pattern. It's not, it's very hard, and also an antenna that has a better efficiency. We spoke about efficiency, that is how best that antenna converts that electrical energy into electromagnetic energy. Very important. When you're scouting for antennas, those are the things you are going to look at. And maybe you also want to look at the polarization and the radiation pattern of that particular antenna, because they don't do their work the same. We can have one antenna model here, the same, maybe the same, nearly the same make, another one model here, but their signal don't go as far, you know, they don't compare, they don't have the same range. So it's very important when you look at those parameters. So with that, I think we have nearly finished. These are type of antennas, maybe for you that are not familiar. These are type of antenna called panel antenna. Actually, we have some which are used in FM, like this one. And with this one, you can go in one direction. They are directional. If you order from a company, they can shape it. They can shape how your signal you want to go. It has an N type. Maybe we'll do some tests later on tomorrow, see the VSWR on that. These are type of antenna called Yagi. Yagi antenna. You'll mostly use it on your STL, but they are becoming obsolete. We are not using analog STL that much nowadays, but these were very common many years ago for STL, for your studio transmitter link. You'll encounter this. And of course, you know the dipole, and now you know the circular polarized antenna. And with that, I think I'm coming to an end of my presentation. We can do the rest practically. Maybe something just to mention, and I think Jack mentioned that. You need to be wary of environmental consideration when you are doing tower rigging. It's very common that at one point you will want to climb the tower to go and service or check your tower, you know, antenna system and all that. It's very important to make sure your coaxial is well grounded. I think Jack emphasized on that. Maybe I cannot emphasize that more, but a very good way, I wrote there as a footnote about the quarter wave stub. I think in all our stations we do install a quarter wave stub. It's pretty much easier to make if you have you know, an antenna analyzer. And technically, maybe just to explain that, it's called a quarter wavelength stub because it should be electrically quarter wave of your frequency. I don't know whether we are familiar with how to get the wavelength of your frequency, but you divide the speed of light and your frequency and you get your wavelength. So electrical wavelength will take consideration of the velocity factor of the cable and other losses. But if you cut that cable, the quarter wavelength of your frequency, then you can make that quarter wave stub. I've tried it and I realize it's hard because to get the actual electrical quarter is very hard. And that's why you need an antenna analyzer to do that. But if you do that, you can do that pretty much by yourself. You know, you can create that. If we have enough time, I will have shown you how to do that. But it's very easy. That's what I had there, but I'm sure we can speak of many other things practically, get some questions, try to read some few meters, and by that I think we'll have maybe introduced ourselves to the antenna system. We cannot fully grasp it. I'm still learning a lot about antenna system day by day, so I think I just shared what I know about antenna system. Thank you, unless there is any question. This specific one, not yet, but I know some which have a printed kind of circuit, a printed antenna on a PCB. Yeah, there are some which are a bunch of, I will say maybe dipole, like two dipoles, but we have some which are like what we use in microwave. They are sectors. You know, we have like sheets, panels on one side. Yes, metal panels. Yes. But we can take a look and see what's there, and we can take some measurements in it. Yes. Oh, the power system. I hope now you're not recording so that I can be free to speak Swahili. The power system that I'm using here depends. Actually, that's a very good, you know, we are technical and we need to be technical, even in, the question was, can it sustain an outside broadcast?